Hey legends! Welcome to Crossover Harry. Buckle up for today's story. What if Harry was raised by Geralt of Rivia and arrived at Hogwarts with Witcher mutations no professor could explain? A like and subscribe goes a long way. Now let's jump in. Chapter 1, The Wolf Takes the Lamb. The night Voldemort died, it rained in Godric's Hollow. Not the dramatic, portentous kind of rain that arrives with thunder and a sense of cosmic significance. Just cold October rain, the kind that soaks through a coat in minutes and turns dirt roads to mud and makes the whole world smell like wet leaves and endings. The kind of rain that doesn't care about prophecies. Geralt of Rivia found the village by accident. He'd been tracking a wraith, something old and stubborn that had nested near the border between what the locals called the mundane world and whatever lay underneath it, the invisible current of power that ran through certain places like an underground river. He'd been following that current for 3 days, sleeping rough, eating worse, and the wraith had led him here, to this absurd little English village with its absurd little war memorial that transformed, when no one was looking, into a monument to people with names like Potter and Dumbledore and Longbottom. He killed the wraith in a churchyard just after midnight. It wasn't a difficult contract, more cleanup than combat, and he'd stood there afterward in the rain with silver dust on his hands and that particular empty quiet that came after a fight, listening to the village settle back into silence. Then the house exploded. Not dramatically. Not with fire and noise and the kind of destruction that would wake the neighbors. It was more like a concussive wrongness, a pulse of energy so dark and so enormous that Geralt felt it in his teeth, in his bones, in the meditations that kept his mutated blood stable. Roach, tied to a post outside the churchyard, screamed and pulled at her tether. Geralt was already moving. The house on the lane was half standing, its upper floor blown open to the rain, plaster dust drifting down like grey snow. The front door hung off one hinge. Geralt's senses, sharpened to a point that no unmodified human could match, caught the smell of dark magic immediately, not sulfur, not the rotted meat stench of lesser dark creatures, but something older. The specific cold iron smell of a curse that had been designed to end things absolutely. He went in anyway because there was a child crying somewhere upstairs. The woman was dead on the landing. Geralt registered it, registered the red hair, registered the position of her body. She'd been standing between the door and something behind her when it happened. She hadn't run. He noted this without sentiment, the way he noted everything, clearly, completely, without letting it slow him down. He stepped over her carefully, which was the only respect he could offer, and pushed open the door at the end of the hall. The room was in pieces. A crib, miraculously intact, sat in the middle of the debris field like it had been placed there by a deliberate hand. Around it, the ruins of furniture, chunks of plaster, a mobile of small silver moons still somehow turning slowly in a draft from the collapsed wall. In the crib, a boy of roughly 1 year stood gripping the bars and screaming at the top of his lungs. He had black hair that went in every direction and his mother's eyes, green as spring grass, and on his forehead, stark against skin flushed red from crying, was a wound in the shape of a lightning bolt. Geralt crossed the room, glass crunching under his boots, and looked at the child. The child looked back at him. The screaming stopped. Just stopped, the way a candle snuffs in a strong wind, and the boy stared up at him with those green eyes wide and wet and absolutely unafraid. Curious, even. The way very small children are sometimes curious about large wolves, before anyone has taught them to be scared. Geralt looked at the wound on the boy's forehead. He'd seen curse scars before. He'd seen the marks that dark magic left on flesh, the brands and burns and sigils that practitioners of the worst arts like to leave on their victims. This was none of those things. This was residue. The physical signature of something that had struck this child with killing force and then somehow, impossibly, failed. Whatever had tried to destroy this boy had broken against him and left its shape burned into his skin. He put 2 fingers against the scar. Even through his leather gloves, the wrongness was palpable. Not malevolent, exactly. More like a wound that hadn't finished deciding whether it wanted to heal or to fester. The boy grabbed his fingers with both small hands and held on. Geralt straightened up. He looked around the room, at the collapsed wall, the dead woman on the landing, the absence of any man who might have been the father, the unmistakable evidence of a battle that had ended here, in this room, above this crib. He looked at the sigils of protection still faintly glowing in the wood of the window frames, layered and complex and expensive. Someone had taken extraordinary precautions to protect this child. Those precautions had not been enough. He thought about leaving. He thought about it seriously, the way he thought about every decision, which was to say he turned it over and examined it from all sides and looked for the exits. He could hear sirens starting in the distance, though they were moving away, something was drawing attention elsewhere. He could pick up the trail of the dark energy, follow it, determine whether whatever had done this was truly gone or merely retreating. He could leave the child here. Someone would come. Someone always came for wizarding children. The boy was still holding his fingers. "Damn it," Geralt said. He picked the child up. The boy grabbed a fistful of his white hair and held on with the focused determination of someone who has found exactly where he wants to be and intends to stay there. Geralt held him slightly away from his body, the way someone holds something they haven't quite decided to keep yet, and the child promptly tried to put Geralt's medallion in his mouth. "No," Geralt said. The child made a sound of absolute disagreement. "That's a Witcher's medallion. It's not a toy." The boy looked at him with those green eyes and very clearly communicated that he did not recognize the authority of this position. Geralt was outside with the child when the old man arrived. He came out of the darkness the way powerful people often did, not through any visible door, appearing in a specific spot as if he had always been standing there and the world had only just caught up. Long silver robes, a beard that was frankly unnecessary, and eyes that were the particular shade of blue that belonged to people who had been making very large decisions for a very long time. They looked at each other. The old man's eyes went to the child in Geralt's arms with an expression that Geralt read instantly: relief, calculation, and the beginning of a plan. It was the face of someone who had already written the next chapter of a story and was adjusting the opening sentences to account for an unexpected development. "That child," the old man said, "is Harry Potter." I know what you've come to do," Geralt said. "You're going to take him to relatives. Put protections on him. Let him grow up believing he's ordinary until the moment you need him to be extraordinary." The old man was quiet for a beat. "You are perceptive. I'm a witcher. I read situations. It's what I do." Geralt looked at the boy in his arms, then back at the old man. "You planned for a specific scenario. Someone raising this child in ignorance, in safety, so that when the threat returns, and it will return, that kind of darkness doesn't die cleanly, he'll be ready to play the role you've already assigned him. He will be protected, by blood magic anchored to a woman who resents her sister." Geralt had a gift for going directly to the center of things. Decades of surviving on the road did that. He'll be safe from the specific threat that killed his parents. He will not be safe from being small and powerless and alone in a house full of people who don't want him. Those are different things. The old man, Dumbledore, the name came to Geralt now, he'd heard it in connection with this invisible war that wizards had been fighting, looked at him with an expression that was recalibrating itself in real time. "You cannot simply take a child, Mr. Geralt of Rivia. Mr. Geralt. You cannot simply take a child. There are laws." "Whose laws?" "Yours." Geralt tilted his head slightly. "This child was in a house that someone powerful enough to kill his parents got through. Your laws didn't stop that. Your plans didn't stop that." He looked at the lightning bolt scar. "Something in him stopped that. Which means whatever is in him is exceptional, and exceptional things require exceptional preparation. Not relatives who will try to stamp it out." Dumbledore was quiet for longer this time. The rain came down between them. The child, apparently bored by the political discussion, had fallen asleep against Geralt's shoulder. "You are suggesting," Dumbledore said carefully, "that you would raise him. I'm telling you that I'm taking him. Mr. Geralt, you can try to stop me." Geralt's tone wasn't threatening, which somehow made it worse. He said it the way you'd mention that the floor was wet, as a factual consideration, something the other person might want to factor into their decisions. I would prefer you didn't. I'd prefer to do this quietly, with the understanding that when the time comes, the boy will attend your school and learn what he needs to learn from your people. I'm not stealing him from his world. I'm making sure he arrives at it capable of surviving it. The silence stretched. In it, Geralt could hear Dumbledore thinking, the old man was genuinely extraordinary, the quality of his attention palpable even to someone with no formal magical training, and he let him think. Geralt had made his decision. He was prepared to act on it. But he was also patient, in the particular way that people are patient when they are very sure they are right. There is a prophecy, Dumbledore said at last. There usually is. He will need to, I know what he'll need to do. Harry stirred slightly in Geralt's arms, one small hand fisting in the leather of his jacket. I'll make sure he can do it. That's more than you can offer him. Dumbledore looked at the sleeping child for a long moment. His expression was unreadable in the way that very old men learn to make their expressions unreadable, not blank, just deep, too many layers of thought to parse from the surface. Then something in it shifted. Something that looked, to Geralt's well-calibrated eye, like grief. Like a man making the kind of choice he will spend years wondering about. Take care of him, Dumbledore said. That's the plan, Geralt said, and walked away into the rain. Harry's first memory was not the green flash of a killing curse, though Geralt had told him about it when he was old enough to ask. His first real memory was the smell of a fire and the sound of roaches breathing and Geralt's voice, low and even, reading from a leather-bound bestiary in a language Harry didn't yet understand. He'd been 3, maybe 4, bundled in a blanket that smelled like horse and pine smoke, and the night had been enormous and full of stars, and he had felt, not safe, exactly, because Geralt had never promised him safety, but located. Like the world was very large and he was precisely where he was supposed to be in it. He grew up on the road. Not in the Witcher's continent, they'd crossed through one of the thin places, the seams between Geralt's world and Harry's, early enough that Harry had no clear memory of the transition. They lived in the spaces between things, in villages that needed a monster hunter, in forests where they camped for weeks at a stretch, in the occasional winter quarters that Geralt took grudgingly when the cold became genuinely dangerous. They spent a summer in a mountain keep where a retired witcher named Lambert called Harry, the foundling, and taught him to throw knives. They spent a winter in a city where a woman named Yennefer looked at Harry with violet eyes that saw directly through everything and told Geralt that what he was doing was either the most irresponsible or the most responsible thing she'd ever seen him do, and she hadn't decided which. "What are you?" she asked Harry. He'd been 6, and she'd crouched to his level in a way that somehow made her more imposing rather than less, the smell of lilac and gooseberries that seemed to follow her everywhere filling the small room. "I'm Harry," he said. "That's a name. I asked what you are." Harry had thought about it with the seriousness that small children bring to questions that adults pose seriously. "I'm a Witcher's kid," he said. Yennefer had looked up at Geralt over Harry's head. The look on her face was complicated in a way Harry couldn't parse at 6 but understood much better at 11. "He'll have magic," she told Geralt, speaking over Harry's head in that way adults did when they thought children weren't listening. Harry was always listening. The other kind. The institutional kind that those wizarding people use. He'll feel it differently than they do, it's tangled up in whatever that curse left in him, but it's there. "I know," Geralt said. "And you're going to, I'll handle it." "You always say that." "I'm usually right." The magic announced itself properly when Harry was 5, in the way that wizard children's magic usually announced itself, badly, at the worst possible moment, in response to extreme emotion. A man had grabbed Harry's wrist in a market, not a dangerous man, just a drunk one, confused about something, and Harry had told him to let go and the man had flown backward 20 feet and sat down very hard in a vegetable cart. Geralt had paid for the vegetables without comment, retrieved Harry from where he was standing with his hands at his sides and his eyes very wide, and they'd walked out of the market before the shouting properly organized itself. That was magic, Harry said. Yes. Your kind or my kind? Your kind. Geralt glanced down at him. Cleaner than I expected. Most children set things on fire. Harry considered this. I could practice, he said. So it happens when I want it to instead of when I don't. Geralt had looked at him with the expression he reserved for moments when Harry said things that were either very smart or very dangerous, the expression that was hard to distinguish between because those two qualities overlapped significantly in Geralt's professional experience. We'll figure out a system, he said. They developed a system. It involved meditation techniques borrowed from Witcher training, breath control, the practice of visualizing a channel, not a wand, not a word, just an intention made precise, and a great deal of patience on both their parts. Harry was not naturally patient. Geralt was professionally patient, which is a different thing, and he applied it to Harry's training with the same methodical attention he applied to everything else. By 7, Harry could levitate objects with reasonable accuracy and had accidentally disassembled a fence in Kaer Morhen's outer courtyard, which Lambert found genuinely hilarious. The trial of the grasses was not something Geralt had planned. It was something that became necessary. Harry had been sick for 3 weeks, not the ordinary kind of sick, not fever and a sore throat, but a bone-deep wrongness that the Witcher healers identified, after much consultation and argument, as a conflict between his native magical system and the residual dark energy still seated in his scar. The thing in his scar, Voldemort's fractured soul, though no one used that word yet, was incompatible with Harry's own magic in a way that was slowly becoming toxic. The two energies were fighting each other constantly, and the battlefield was Harry's body. Geralt spent 4 nights not sleeping, consulting everything he had, bestiaries, alchemical texts, the stored knowledge of every Witcher preparation he'd learned, and then he had a long, quiet, private conversation with Yennefer that Harry wasn't supposed to overhear and did anyway. It would have to be modified, Yennefer said. Significantly. His body is different. Smaller, obviously, but also, the magic complicates everything. The mutations would interact with it. Would it work? I don't know. It's never been done. A child who already has magic going through a trial designed for children who don't. A pause. It could kill him. He could die anyway. Yes. Another silence. Could it actually fix the problem? It could give his body a framework, Yennefer said. The mutations, if they take, and that's a very large if, would give the magical energy a structure to work through instead of against. Like cutting a riverbed. Instead of flooding, it flows. What's your probability estimate? Geralt, estimate. A long pause. 60% survival. Of that 60, maybe half would see the desired result. The other half would survive but be changed. Changed, she agreed. In ways we can't fully predict. He'd gone to Harry's room after that, Harry pretending to be asleep with the particular performance of a child who has heard too much and is still trying to process it, and sat on the edge of the bed. Geralt was not a man who managed silence badly. He could sit in it indefinitely. But tonight he broke it. You heard, he said. Harry opened his eyes. Most of it. The decision is yours, Geralt said. I'll make it for you if you ask me to. But you're old enough to understand what I'd be choosing. Harry looked at the ceiling for a long time. The lamplight made the shadows move. If I don't do it, he said carefully, with the precision of a child working through the logic of something enormous, I probably die from the thing in my scar. Eventually. Yes. And if I do it, I might die from the trial. Yes. But if I survive, Harry said, I'd be more like you. Geralt was quiet. I want to be more like you, Harry said simply. The trial of the grasses, modified and adjusted and worried over by Yennefer and 3 of the oldest Witchers still living, lasted 6 days. Harry remembered almost none of it. He remembered going under, a taste of something bitter, the smell of the stone room, Geralt's hand on his shoulder, steady and absolutely present, and then a long time of nothing coherent, just sensation, just the experience of his body arguing violently with itself about what it was going to be. He woke up on the 7th morning to find Geralt sitting in the corner of the room exactly as he'd been sitting when Harry went under, as if he hadn't moved in 6 days, which Harry later discovered he mostly hadn't. "I'm hungry," Harry said. Geralt looked at him. His expression was doing something complicated and controlled. "That's a good sign," he said. Harry sat up and immediately noticed that the constant background noise he'd been living with, the deep bone ache of the conflicting energies, was gone. Not suppressed. Not masked. Gone. In its place was something cleaner, a sense of himself, his body, his magic, all running in the same direction for the first time in his living memory. He looked at his hands. It worked. "Some of it," Geralt said. He crossed the room and crouched to Harry's eye level, the way he did when he was saying something important and wanted Harry's full attention. "Your eyes didn't change. Your hair didn't change. But your senses," Harry was already aware of this. He could hear 3 separate conversations happening in other parts of the keep. He could smell the specific mineral quality of the stone walls, the residue of Yennefer's magic from yesterday, Geralt's particular scent, steel and horse and something herbal from his potions, sharp and distinct and absolutely identifiable from 50 feet. "I can hear a lot better," Harry said. "Your reflexes will be faster than a normal human's. Your healing will be accelerated. Your stamina." Geralt paused. "The mutations are less than a full witcher's, your body took what it could and restructured the rest. You are not exactly a witcher. You are something that hasn't existed before." Harry thought about this. "Does that bother you?" "No," Geralt said, without hesitation. "Does it bother you that I'm not?" Harry stopped. He didn't quite have the words for what he was trying to ask, which was whether Geralt minded that the trial hadn't made Harry a proper witcher, hadn't made him what Geralt was, had instead made him something in between, neither fully wizard nor fully witcher. Geralt looked at him for a long moment. "You survived," he said. "That's what matters." Harry, who had spent 2 years learning to read Geralt's economy of expression, understood that this was not an answer about practicality. He understood that it meant something much larger and much simpler than that. He didn't say anything, because Geralt had taught him that there were moments where words were just noise, and this was one of them. He ate 6 bowls of stew, and Lambert called him a bottomless pit, and Yennefer sat across the table from him looking at him with those violet eyes doing their usual comprehensive assessment, and Harry looked back at her and felt, right. Like the word, himself, finally meant something complete. The years after the trial moved faster. Or maybe Harry just filled them more completely. Geralt trained him in swordsmanship with the seriousness he brought to every witcher's education, adapted for someone who also had a parallel system of power running through him that a sword couldn't fully account for. Harry trained the magic alongside it, and the 2 disciplines began to inform each other in ways that were genuinely interesting. The same principles that Geralt used in combat applied to magical workings, economy of motion, reading the situation before committing, conserving energy until the moment of maximum impact. He learned signs. Not the full Witcher versions, his body processed them differently, but adapted forms that worked through his magical core rather than against it. Ard, the telekinetic blast. Igni, the fire channel. Erden, the trap sigil. He could layer them with conventional magic in ways that gave him options that neither Witcher nor Wizard would think to use. Yennefer tutored him in elemental theory, in the history of magical traditions across multiple worlds, in the specific nature of the dark energy in his scar. "There is something conscious in there," she told him, when he was 9 and old enough to hear it without flinching. "Something that was broken and incomplete but is not fully gone. You need to know this." "I know," Harry said. "I can feel it sometimes. Like a voice trying to speak through glass." Yennefer looked at him sharply. "Does it frighten you?" "No," Harry said, truthfully. "It's angry. But anger is just information. Geralt taught me that." She looked at him in the particular way she'd been looking at him since the trial, the expression that was partly assessment and partly something else, warmer, that she didn't like to name. "You've been paying attention," she said. "Always," Harry said. He was not a lonely child. This surprised him when he was old enough to think about it, because by every external measure he should have been, no fixed home, no school friends, no birthday parties. But the road gave him a particular education in people. He could read a room by the time he was 8. He could tell the difference between aggression and fear by posture and scent and the specific quality of a person's attention. He knew how to talk to people who were frightened, how to deal with people who wanted to take something from him, how to find the one person in a market who actually knew what they were talking about and how to get them to tell him. He was comfortable with silence and comfortable with chaos and comfortable in his own body in a way that came from having tested it significantly and found it sufficient. He was not arrogant about this. Geralt had been very specific on the subject of arrogance. It was what got you killed, because it made you stop reading the situation and start expecting the situation to conform to your prediction of it. Harry had seen Geralt nearly killed twice, and both times it was because the contract had contained a surprise he hadn't fully prepared for. He'd filed those observations carefully. He read voraciously. Geralt had strong opinions about the education of a person's mind and a deep library in whatever kept they wintered in, and Harry consumed it: history, alchemy, natural philosophy, magical theory, politics, strategy. He read about the wizarding world specifically as he got older, preparing for a world he'd never seen but was going to have to navigate, and he found it by turns fascinating and baffling and occasionally infuriating. "They use sticks," he told Geralt one evening, not accusingly, just genuinely puzzled. "Wands," Geralt said, not looking up from the contract he was reviewing. "They focus magical energy through a medium." "But why an external medium? If you can do the work internally, most of them can't." Geralt set the contract down. "They don't train the way you train. The wand does the structural work that you learn to do yourself. For most wizards, without the wand, they have access to only a fraction of their ability." Harry thought about this. That's a significant vulnerability. Yes. Do they know it's a vulnerability? Some of them. Does it worry them? The ones who think about it. Geralt picked up the contract again. The ones who don't think about it should probably worry more than they do. Harry filed this away too. The Hogwarts letter arrived on July 31st, his 11th birthday, delivered not by Owl. The owls had tried, and found the situation confusing, but by a large and deeply offended eagle owl that had somehow tracked them to a village in the north of Scotland where Geralt had taken a contract on a particularly unpleasant group of kelpies. Harry read the letter twice. Geralt read it once, set it on the table, and made tea, which was his processing ritual. "You knew this was coming," Harry said. "I expected it. You're not going to tell me not to go?" "No." Harry looked at the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It sounded like what it was, an institution, old and certain of itself, with a specific idea of what the people who passed through it should become. He thought about everything Yennefer had told him about wizard education, about the curriculum and the culture and the particular blind spots of people who had never had to question whether magic was a tool or a birthright. "They're going to find me strange," he said. "Yes." Geralt sipped his tea. "You are strange. That's not, you've been through a modified trial of the grasses, you can read a target's emotional state from 30 feet, you have functional combat training, you know more alchemical theory than most adult wizards, and you carry a piece of a dead Dark Lord in your forehead." Geralt set down the cup. "Strange is accurate." Harry almost smiled. "What do I do about Dumbledore?" "Nothing. He'll come to you. He always does." Geralt looked at him directly, the amber eyes that Harry had grown up reading with the facility of a native language. "Be yourself. Don't pretend to be less than you are because it makes people comfortable. You're not there to make people comfortable. What am I there for? To learn what they know. To figure out what's coming. And to decide what you want to do about it." Geralt paused. "On your own terms. Not because someone has written you into a role. Harry held the letter in both hands, reading it a third time, and felt something he recognized as anticipation. Will you be around? I'll be in the country. That's not an answer. It's the answer I have. Geralt stood, gathering his coat. The Kelpies weren't going to contract themselves. You know where to send the owl. Harry watched him go. Geralt moved the way he always moved, like the room was a situation to be navigated rather than a space to exist in, always aware of exits, always economical, and Harry, watching him, thought about what it would be like to be somewhere permanent. Fixed. A castle with walls and towers and 100 years of institutional weight pressing down on every person who walked through its doors. He thought about it the way Geralt had taught him to think about new terrain before entering it, looking for elevation, looking for cover, looking for the places where the light fell wrong and something might be hiding. He was ready. He was genuinely, completely ready, in a way that had nothing to do with arrogance and everything to do with preparation, the kind of readiness that comes from having tested yourself against real things and survived them and learned from them and come out on the other side knowing more about both the world and yourself. The Hogwarts Express departed from platform 9 3/4 on September 1st, and Harry Potter was on it with one trunk packed with methodical care, a wand from Ollivander's that had taken 40 minutes and 23 attempts to choose him, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, Ollivander had gone very quiet at the result and very careful with his words, and a Witcher's medallion around his neck that had vibrated with subdued but continuous energy from the moment they'd entered the Wizarding Quarter of London. He sat alone in a compartment and watched England move past the windows at speed, and thought about all the things he knew and all the things he didn't, and felt the hum of 100 young magical signatures moving through the train around him, their emotions readable in the specific quality of the magic that leaked off them, the way anxiety smells like copper and excitement smells like something electric. And when a boy with red hair and freckles knocked on the door of his compartment and asked if anyone was sitting here, Harry said no and meant it. The boy's name was Ron Weasley. He sat down and immediately pulled out something wrapped in wax paper that smelled like home cooking, and offered Harry half with the ease of someone for whom food sharing is a form of language. Harry took it. They ate in companionable silence for a while, watching the landscape shift from city to countryside to the long rolling green of the north. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" Ron said eventually. Not quite a question. He'd been looking at Harry's forehead with the careful casualness of someone trying not to look at something. Yes. Right. Ron absorbed this. Is it weird that everyone knows who you are? Harry considered this honestly. I don't know anyone here. So it doesn't feel like being known. Ron thought about this too, which Harry noted with approval. He had no patience for people who heard a statement and just waited for it to finish rather than actually processing it. That's fair, Ron said. It's probably a bit like being famous but also being a stranger. Which is actually worse than just being a stranger. Yes, Harry said, with real agreement. Exactly like that. Ron offered him another piece of something that turned out to be a handmade pasty. I'm Ron. Sixth child, in case the hand-me-down everything wasn't a clue. He gestured at his robes, which were in fact slightly large and slightly faded and worn in the particular way that things get worn when they've been worn by multiple people before reaching you. He said it without embarrassment, just as information. Geralt of Rivia raised me, Harry said. We lived on the road. I have one trunk and a horse I had to leave in Scotland. Ron stared at him. You have a horse. Her name's Roach. She's Geralt's technically, but she tolerates me. Ron processed this for a moment and then started laughing, genuine, unguarded, the kind of laugh that doesn't calculate whether it's appropriate. Harry found himself smiling back without quite deciding to, which was unusual. Roach, Ron said. An actual horse named Roach. He names all his horses Roach. Why? He says it prevents attachment. Does it work? Not even slightly, Harry said. Ron laughed again, and outside the window the sky was doing that particular late afternoon thing where the light goes gold and slanted and everything looks like the cover of a book about adventure, and Harry Potter, who had spent his life preparing for something enormous without quite knowing what form it would take, watched Hogwarts rise out of the mist at the end of the train journey and felt something that might have been the beginning of belonging. Not safety. Geralt had never promised him safety. But something worth protecting. Something worth the fight that was, without question, coming. He was ready for it. Chapter 2, Sorting Scars. The boats crossed the lake in darkness. Harry sat in the back of one, the water black and mirror still around them, and let his senses run. It was a habit so deeply trained it happened automatically now, the ambient sweep, cataloging everything within range before settling into relaxed attention. He caught the castle first, an enormous structured presence of old magic, layered so densely it had a smell, like stone after rain and something older, something that had been burning for a very long time. He caught the giant squid 30 feet below the surface, vast and indifferent and curiously unbothered by the procession of small wooden boats above it. He caught the emotional signatures of the first years around him, tightly wound knots of anxiety and wonder and in 2 cases something close to tears, and he caught, underneath all of it, a surveillance. Someone was watching them. Not with eyes, with something more like intention, a focused magical attention that swept across the group and paused, briefly but distinctly, on Harry. He didn't react visibly. He catalogued it and moved on. Ron, sitting beside him, was craning his neck to look at the castle with an expression of uncomplicated delight that Harry found genuinely refreshing. Every time, Ron said, mostly to himself. I've seen it 5 times on Bill and Charlie and Percy and the twins and it still does that. Does what? Asked a girl from the boat slightly ahead of theirs. She'd turned around to look at them, balanced with easy confidence despite the rocking of the water, brown eyes bright and hair escaping from a braid in approximately 11 places. She had the specific quality of attention that belonged to people who found everything worth examining. Does what to you? Makes you feel small, Ron said. In a good way. Like, in the way where small isn't bad, it just means the thing you're looking at is actually massive and worth looking at. The girl considered this. That's surprisingly poetic. Thanks. I have moments. Ron gestured between them. Ron Weasley. That's Harry Potter. The girl's eyes moved to Harry with the same instinct everyone's eyes did, toward the scar, then away, then back with more discipline the second time. Hermione Granger, she said. I've read everything about Hogwarts I could find, but the books are quite thin on sensory description. She looked back at the castle. They don't mention the smell at all. It smells like ozone and something herbal, do you notice? And something beneath that I can't identify. Old magic, Harry said. Hermione looked at him. Can you actually detect that? Or is that metaphorical? Literally, Harry said. It has a specific quality. Like iron and rain and something that's been burning for centuries. Her eyes had sharpened in a way that was entirely different from the impressed or frightened by the scar response he'd been getting since Diagon Alley. This was intellectual interest, clean and direct and absent of any social performance around it. How, she said. That's not something I've read about as a standard magical ability. It's not standard, Harry said. We can talk about it later if you want. Yes, she said immediately. Absolutely yes. The boats grounded on the shore, and they climbed out in the shadow of the castle, and a woman the size of a small natural disaster in a pointed hat came down to meet them. Professor McGonagall. Harry knew the name, had read about her, had heard Geralt mention her once with something close to respect, which was a limited currency in Geralt's economy. She stood before the gathered first-years like something that had been created specifically to project the concept of standards, and she surveyed them with grey eyes that were doing a very thorough professional assessment. They landed on Harry and stayed there for a beat longer than they stayed anywhere else. He met her gaze directly and waited. He wasn't performing confidence, he simply had no reason to look away. McGonagall's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. Something in it that might have been reassessment. She moved on, covering the group with her eyes, and began her welcome speech in a tone that indicated she found it slightly beneath her but was committed to doing it correctly nonetheless. "The sorting will take place in a few minutes," she said. "While you wait, I suggest you consider the values of the house you." There was a sudden commotion. A cluster of ghosts came sweeping through the wall, translucent and silver and squabbling with the easy familiarity of people who have been arguing for centuries, and several of the first years screamed, and one actually sat down on the floor. Harry tracked them on instinct, the medallion vibrating at a low sustained frequency, cataloging them as non-threatening before his conscious mind had fully processed the sight. The ghost closest to him, round, cheerful, with a ruff around his neck that suggested strongly about the 16th century, beamed at the group. "First years. Welcome, welcome." "Nearly headless Nick, Gryffindor's own, nearly headless," said a pale boy nearby, with the particular sneer of someone who has been told that sneering is impressive. "Draco Malfoy." Harry had his name from Diagon Alley, where Malfoy had attempted an interaction that Harry had declined with a politeness so complete it had apparently been experienced as a rejection. "How can you be nearly headless?" "Like this," said Nick, and demonstrated. Several people made noises. Harry watched with professional interest. He'd dealt with considerably more graphic spectral manifestations and the mechanics were genuinely interesting from an anatomical perspective. McGonagall cleared her throat with precision and the ghosts dissolved into the walls and the first years reassembled themselves emotionally, and they were led through doors that opened onto the Great Hall. Harry's first impression of the Great Hall was sound, for long tables of students, several hundred of them, the accumulated noise of that many people talking simultaneously layering into something almost physical, combined with the candles, hundreds of them, floating, adding a warm undertone of beeswax to the air, and the enchanted ceiling showing a sky thick with cloud and the first suggestion of stars. His second impression was the high table, where the professors sat, and the specific concentrated weight of attention that swung toward the line of first years as they walked in. He read the table quickly, the way Geralt had taught him to read any room full of potential threats or complications, and identified McGonagall moving to position at the front, a hat on a stool, several faces he recognized from his research, and at the center, an old man with silver beard and half-moon spectacles and eyes that were the precise shade of blue he remembered from a rainy night in Godric's Hollow. Dumbledore was looking at him. Harry looked back with the same unhurried directness he'd given McGonagall. He held it for 2 seconds, long enough to be intentional, short enough to be measured, and then let his eyes move on to the rest of the table as if cataloging supplies. A man in an enormous purple turban near one end. A woman in green robes with her hair scraped back. A man with grease-darkened black hair and an expression of someone who had decided to find the entire world insufficient. The man in black was looking at him too, with an expression Harry couldn't quite read, too layered, too fast, folding away before he could properly parse it. He catalogued this and moved on. The hat sang. Harry listened to it properly, found it genuinely intelligent, the magic in it old and structurally fascinating. It was not just an object but a repository, carrying decades of accumulated assessments, a personality built from exposure to thousands of minds. He studied it with real interest while the students around him variously ignored it or watched it with polite attention. The sorting began. Harry waited. He was at peace with waiting. Granger, Hermione. Hermione sat on the stool with her back straight and her hands folded in her lap, and the hat barely touched her head before it called out, "Gryffindor." She walked to the table with a smile she was visibly trying to contain and failing at. Names moved through the alphabet. Harry watched the sorting with genuine interest, reading each child as they came up, reading the hat's interaction with them in the slight shifts of magical resonance he could detect, reading the reaction of the tables, the specific quality of joy and relief that came off people when they heard their house name. It was useful information, all of it. Malfoy, Draco. The hat hadn't fully settled before it said, Slytherin, with the air of something that had expected to say exactly this. Malfoy walked to the green and silver table with his chin up and his expression performing satisfaction, and Harry noted the way he'd glanced over before sitting down, checking whether Harry had been watching. Harry hadn't visibly been watching. He had been watching everything. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet in that particular way that rooms go quiet when they've been waiting for a specific thing and the specific thing has finally arrived. Harry walked to the stool, sat down, and the hat dropped over his head. For a moment there was nothing, and then, well, said a voice that came from inside and outside simultaneously, the quality of very old magic condensed into something that spoke. This is unusual. Harry waited. I've sorted tens of thousands of students, the hat continued, sounding genuinely engaged rather than merely professional. I have never encountered a mind structured quite like this. You have two distinct magical systems operating in parallel, and beneath them, is that a mutation process? Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Are you going to sort me or narrate me? Harry thought back. Both, potentially. The hat sounded amused. Let me look at you properly. There's courage here, real courage, not the performative kind that usually walks in wearing red and gold expectations. This is the kind built from actual experience of things that could have killed you. An intelligence, substantial intelligence, structured in a way I don't usually see in 11-year-olds, very methodical, very, oh. You've been trained. Yes. And loyalty. Deep, specific loyalty, to a very small number of people. Not house loyalty, you find collective identity slightly absurd, don't you? And ambition, not for status, but for capability. You want to know things and be able to do things and you're not particularly interested in other people's opinions of your progress. Harry said nothing. The hat didn't need him to. Here is the thing, the hat said, its tone shifting slightly, becoming something more like conversation between equals. Any house could make something of you. Slytherin would appreciate your strategic mind. Ravenclaw would love your intellectual appetite. Hufflepuff would value the loyalty. But Gryffindor is where the trouble usually starts, the hat said. And you, Mr. Potter, have a particular relationship with trouble. Not seeking it, exactly. More like, you are constitutionally unable to leave it alone once you've seen it. That is a very Gryffindor quality. Additionally, the people who will matter to you most in this building are sitting at that table. That's vague. I've been doing this for 1,000 years. I can afford to be vague. A pause. I could put you in Ravenclaw. You'd thrive academically. But I think you'd find it quiet, Harry thought. Very quiet, the hat agreed. Too quiet for someone who has lived the life you've lived. You need something with more friction. Then why are we still talking? The hat laughed, a sound that only Harry could hear, warm and old. Because in 10 centuries, I have never had a student ask me to hurry up. Then, loudly, clearly, with something that sounded almost like relish, Gryffindor. The table in red and gold erupted. Harry pulled the hat off and set it back on the stool with care and walked to the Gryffindor table through the noise, finding an open space next to Hermione, who was clapping with the focused enthusiasm she apparently brought to everything, and across from Ron, who had arrived at the table 2 names before Harry and was grinning with the relief of someone whose family has been in Gryffindor since the school was built. The hat took ages with you, Ron said, leaning across. What was it saying? It wanted to have a conversation, Harry said. About what? My brain structure, mostly. Ron stared at him. Your brain structure. I have an unusual cognitive setup apparently. Ron considered this. Actually that explains some things from the train. Hermione, from Harry's other side, which unusual aspects specifically? Later, Harry said. The headmaster standing up. Dumbledore rose, and the hall quieted with the practiced ease of a place that had been quieting for him for a long time. He was looking at the first years at the Gryffindor table, and then specifically at Harry, and his expression was warm and complex and doing several things at once in the way that very intelligent faces do when they are managing themselves carefully. He gave a short speech. Harry listened to the content and the delivery simultaneously, old political habit, reading both what was said and how it was chosen to be said, and found both interesting. The man was extraordinary, that much was clear. The magic that came off him was enormous and structured and very, very old, the way Yennefer's magic was enormous but younger, more aggressive. Dumbledore's felt like something that had been refined over a very long time into something almost architectural. It was the magic of someone who was used to being the most powerful person in most rooms and had learned to wear that lightly enough that most people forgot it. The twinkling. Harry had not expected the twinkling. The warm, avuncular quality of it was extremely deliberate, and he found himself wondering what was underneath it, what the face looked like when the twinkling was off. He filed this away too. The food arrived. Harry ate with the focused efficiency of someone who had spent years on the road treating meals as fuel without ceremony, and then noticed that everyone around him was eating with a great deal more enthusiasm and started doing that instead, because the food was, genuinely, extraordinary. Roast potatoes. Some kind of pie with a crust that shattered perfectly. Something with chicken and herbs that tasted like the best version of every camp meal Geralt had ever made. You eat like you're racing someone, Ron observed, not judgmentally. Habit, Harry said. On the road you eat when food is available because you don't always know when the next meal is. You actually lived on the road, Hermione said, leaning around Harry with the expression of someone who had discovered a primary source. Like, genuinely, not as a metaphor. Genuinely. With a Witcher. With Geralt, yes. And a Witcher is, she had a book half out of a pocket, which was impressive given the size of the pocket. I tried to find information. There's almost nothing in the wizarding literature. References in pre-statute texts, mostly dismissed as folklore. Not folklore, Harry said. Modified humans. Trained from childhood to hunt monsters that most people can't or won't deal with. They undergo mutations that enhance their senses and reflexes and longevity. There aren't many left. Hermione had the book fully out now. And you, did you? She was looking at him with the expression of someone putting together a calculation and not quite believing the answer. The hat said your mind was structured unusually. And you mentioned detecting the magic of the castle by smell. That's not something I've read as a standard. I went through a modified version of their mutation process, Harry said. When I was 7. The table around them had gone partially quiet. He was aware of it, the spreading radius of eavesdropping, and he didn't lower his voice or change what he was saying, because he didn't say things he wasn't prepared to have heard. Ron was watching him with an expression that had moved past surprise into something more like odd processing. You, at 7. It was that or let the magical conflict in my scar kill me over the next few years, Harry said. Not much of a choice. A short silence. So you have Witcher abilities and wizard abilities, Hermione said. She was taking notes. This was either the most or least appropriate response to the situation and Harry genuinely couldn't decide which. Are they compatible? Can you use them simultaneously? What's the interaction like between, Hermione, Ron said. What? He's eating. I don't mind, Harry said. Yes to all three. It took training to make them work together. The signs, that's what Witchers call their combat magic, interact with standard spellwork in ways that I'm still figuring out. But yes, functional together. Hermione closed the book and opened it again and then closed it again, the gesture of someone whose organizational system has been overwhelmed by incoming data. This is the most interesting thing that has ever happened at a sorting feast, she said. Including the time Davies came in on fire, said an older student further down the table who had clearly been listening without attempting to pretend otherwise. That was accidental magic, Hermione said. This is intentional and systematic and completely unprecedented. Thank you, Harry said. I think. It was a compliment, she confirmed. I mean it as one. The feast wound down. The prefects marshaled the first years into a column and they moved through the castle, and the castle was worth moving through. It earned every word that had ever been written about it, the staircases that shifted and the portraits that watched with genuine intelligence and the specific quality of the air that got older and more saturated the deeper into the building you went. Harry felt it pressing against him from every direction, centuries of accumulated magical activity soaked into the stone the way wood smoke soaks into fabric, permanent and dense and endlessly interesting. He caught Dumbledore's eye once, on the main staircase. The old man was standing on a landing above, apparently checking something in his robes, but his attention was on Harry with a directness that dropped the avuncular performance entirely for just a second, just long enough for Harry to see the real quality of the man's focus, sharp and complex and carrying something that was close to sorrow and close to purpose and not quite either one. Harry nodded at him, once, the way you acknowledge someone you have unfinished business with. Dumbledore nodded back. Something in his expression, for just that second, looked startled. The Gryffindor common room opened through a portrait of a large woman in pink, the Fat Lady, who demanded a password from the prefect and then swung open to reveal a room full of red and gold and comfortable furniture and the accumulated warmth of years of students living in it. Harry stood in the entrance for a moment and catalogued it: 2 fireplaces, multiple staircases up to dormitories, a cluster of older students who had the specific relaxed confidence of people who had been here long enough to own the space. One of the older students looked directly at Harry and then looked at where his scar was, and Harry saw the exact moment they decided not to say anything and instead do the elbow nudge thing to the person next to them. He ignored this with complete ease and found a chair near one of the fireplaces, and Ron and Hermione found chairs near him, Hermione still with the look of a person processing significant data, Ron still with the look of a person who was mildly delighted by everything. And the fire was warm and the castle settled around them with the deep patience of something that had seen 10 centuries of frightened first years and was fairly sure they'd be fine. Potions was on Thursday, in the dungeons, where the cold was specific and damp and the smell was extraordinary, every ingredient in every jar contributing to a base note that was complicated and occasionally alarming and permanently present, the way the smell of a particular place gets into your memory and never quite leaves. Professor Snape arrived 4 minutes after the class had settled, which Harry noted was deliberate. Making students wait was a control mechanism and it worked on everyone except people who were too focused on cataloging the room to notice the time passing. He swept in with the particular movement of someone who had worked very hard on that entrance and achieved it consistently, and positioned himself at the front of the class with the air of someone standing in front of something they own. He was the man from the high table. The dark hair, the expression of finding the world insufficient. Up close, the quality of his magical signature was different from what Harry had expected: guarded, heavily layered, specifically structured to prevent easy reading, like a building with all its curtains drawn. Someone who had made deliberate choices about privacy and stuck to them. Interesting. There will be no foolish wand-waving in this class, Snape began, and his voice was the kind of voice that would have been extraordinary in a different application, a genuine instrument. Many of you will rarely cast your wands once you are here. I can teach you to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, put a stopper in death. He paused, scanning the room with the specific satisfaction of someone who knows they've said this speech many times and has refined it to its best form. That is, if you aren't as big a group of dunderheads as I usually teach. He moved through the register. When he reached Harry's name he stopped and said, "Ah." Harry Potter, in a tone that Harry couldn't fully read, that was doing several things simultaneously, and then, "Our new celebrity." Harry looked at him and said nothing, because there was nothing to say. It wasn't a question. Snape's eyes moved over him slowly, cataloging, the way Harry cataloged rooms. Meeting someone else doing it was actually interesting, like seeing your own skill reflected back. Snape was looking for something specific, Harry thought. Looking to see how Harry responded to the celebrity comment. Looking to see if Harry was going to do the expected thing, which was either to be embarrassed or pleased. Harry did neither. He waited. "Let's see if celebrity and talent coincide," Snape said, with the tone of someone who has decided the answer is no before asking the question. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry considered this for the time it deserved, which was approximately 3 seconds. The draft of living death, he said. A powerful sleeping draft, typically used as a last resort in cases of intractable pain or as a component in certain advanced preservation potions. The asphodel is a morning flower in several traditions, which is probably why the name is what it is. Snape's expression moved. Just slightly. Not much, but Harry was watching for movement in exactly that degree. Where would you look, Snape continued, adjusting his approach with the smoothness of someone who has practiced it, if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, Harry said. Though in practice, the stomach of a mountain goat specifically is significantly more effective. The calcification process that produces the stone happens more completely in animals with certain mineral-heavy diets. The bezoars from animals in lowland pastures are considerably less reliable as antidotes. A longer pause this time. What, Snape said, with new precision, is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? None, Harry said. They're the same plant. Aconitum. Also called aconite. Extremely toxic in any form and preparation, is only safe with dragonhide gloves. The alkaloids absorb transdermally with enough efficiency to cause poisoning before you'd notice you'd been contaminated. The toxicity varies significantly by subspecies. Some witcher preparations use controlled dosage aconite derivatives for specific physiological purposes, though the margin between therapeutic and lethal is narrow enough that it's not something you improvise. Snape was looking at him with an expression that had finally, decisively, abandoned whatever it had started with and was now something more honest, not warm, but genuinely attentive. Recalibrating. He glanced briefly at the medallion around Harry's neck, then back to his face. You have studied potions before. Alchemy, Harry said. Adjacent disciplines. They share a foundation. They are not the same thing. No, Harry agreed. Potions uses magical catalyst structures that alchemy doesn't require. The magical element creates significantly different reaction parameters. I'm interested in understanding where the differences are mechanistically. Snape looked at him for a moment longer, a look that was genuinely unreadable in a way that Harry respected, because most people's unreadability was just a failure to show what they felt, but Snape's was structured and intentional and trained. Then he moved on, turning to Hermione, who had her hand up and had been exercising remarkable restraint throughout this exchange. Ron leaned across from the next workbench. That was actually brilliant, he murmured. Snape looks like someone showed him a card trick and he can't figure out how it works. He'll figure it out, Harry said, uncapping his inkwell. He's smart. He was testing for something specific and I didn't fit the expected result. He'll adjust and find a new approach. You like him, Ron said, with the tone of someone making an accusation. I respect competence, Harry said. That's different. The class set to work on a simple potion, a boil cure, introductory work, nothing that stretched anyone with any preparation. Harry worked through it with the methodical focus he brought to any procedure, reading the reaction stages by smell and color change rather than purely by the instructions, cross-referencing against what he knew. The result came out precisely correct and slightly better than the minimum, the color off specification toward the deeper, more effective end rather than the minimum acceptable range. Snape came by to assess each workbench. He stopped at Harry's cauldron and looked at the result without commenting immediately, which was its own kind of commentary. You adjusted the temperature on the second stage, he said. The base notes were running slightly hot from the preparatory phase, Harry said. Dropping the temperature earlier compensated. That is not in the instructions. The instructions are a minimum standard for reliability. They're not optimized for quality. Snape looked at him. 5 points to Gryffindor, he said, in a tone that suggested he had said this against his better judgment. He moved on without further comment. From the other workbench, Ron was staring at his own cauldron with the expression of someone who had just watched physics operate unexpectedly. Did Snape just give us points, he said. Did that actually happen? Don't make it strange, Harry said. It is strange. In 5 years of my brothers being at this school, I don't think Snape has ever. First lesson, Harry. Ron. I'm just saying, Ron. It's worth noting. I've noted it, Harry said. Now note your cauldron before it goes the wrong color. Ron's cauldron went slightly the wrong color anyway, which produced a respectable boil cure of approximately middling quality, and Ron looked at it with the expression of someone making peace with a minor defeat. Potions and I, he said philosophically, have a complicated relationship. The week built itself around routines that Harry found himself evaluating against his training habits without quite meaning to. Transfiguration, McGonagall was extraordinary, the quality of her magic clean and structural and absolutely without unnecessary ornamentation, her instruction the same way, direct, demanding, fully expecting students to rise to the standard rather than lowering the standard to meet them. Harry converted his matchstick to a needle on the second attempt, refining it on the third to a result precise enough that McGonagall picked it up, examined it, and set it down with a nod that felt, in context, like a standing ovation. Charms with Flitwick, who was small and enthusiastic and deeply knowledgeable in a way that bounced off Harry's prior theoretical education and produced immediately productive questions. Flitwick was delighted by questions. He was the kind of teacher who had gotten into teaching for the conversations rather than the syllabus, and Harry had 3 extended conversations with him in the first week that ranged from basic wand movement theory into advanced applications of force direction principles that left Flitwick writing notes on the board faster than Harry could follow. History of magic was taught by a ghost and was, in every measurable respect, the least useful hour in the schedule. Harry spent it taking thorough notes and occasionally wondering if the ghost was aware that he was teaching or simply processing some endless memorial loop. He couldn't tell. The magic coming off Professor Binns was too faded and strange to read clearly. He wrote very organized notes anyway on the grounds that the information was real even if the teaching wasn't. Defense against the dark arts was taught by the man in the turban, Professor Quirrell, who stuttered and smelled of garlic and nervous sweat and something underneath both of those that Harry's senses caught and couldn't immediately identify. Something wrong. Not the wrongness of cruelty or petty malice, something deeper and more specific, a resonance that made his medallion move in a way it hadn't moved for anything else in the school. He sat at the front of the data classroom and watched Quirrell with the focused, patient attention of someone who has spotted a discrepancy and is waiting to understand it. The lesson was on vampires. Quirrell's information was technically accurate and pedagogically useless, too theoretical, too distant from anything applicable, taught with the quavering uncertainty of someone who wasn't sure whether the information was going to bite them. Harry had survived encounters with 3 separate vampire variants. He had opinions. He kept them to himself during the class, which required more discipline than most of the practicals. After, in the corridor, Ron fell into step beside him. "You were doing that thing," Ron said. "What thing?" "The thing where you go very still and watch something like you're deciding what it is." "I was listening to the lecture," Harry said. "You weren't, though." Ron was perceptive in the unpretentious way that people raised in large families develop. He'd learned to read situations young because missing the read meant getting left behind. "You were watching Quirrell. Specifically. Something about him is off," Harry said, after a moment. "I can't fully identify it yet." Ron processed this. "Off how?" "Off like, dangerous off, or just weird off?" "Because he's definitely weird off on his own merits." "I don't know yet." Harry glanced back at the classroom door. "The garlic is a deterrent. Something he's wearing it against." "Vampires?" "Possibly." Harry paused. "Or something that has similar sensory vulnerabilities." Ron was quiet for a few steps. "I feel like this should bother me more than it does," he said. "The fact that you just went possibly vampires and I was like, yeah, that tracks." "You're adapting well," Harry said. "I grew up with Fred and George," Ron said. "My threat assessment baseline is already weird." The week's last surprise arrived on Friday evening in the form of a letter. Not an owl, a knock at the portrait hole, a prefect looking faintly confused, a message passed through 3 intermediaries that Headmaster Dumbledore requested Harry Potter visit his office at his earliest convenience. Ron looked at the note. "First week," he said. "Record time." "He was always going to want to talk," Harry said, already pulling on his jacket. "I'm surprised he waited this long." "Do you want?" "No," Harry said. "This is a conversation I should have alone." He paused. "But if I'm not back by curfew, find Hermione. Between the two of you, you'll have read enough to figure out who to bother about it." Ron blinked. "Right. Obviously. Absolutely. Completely normal thing to have to plan for in the first week." Harry found Dumbledore's office after only one wrong corridor. The castle's layout was already building itself in his head, the spatial memory absorbing it the way it absorbed terrain, and stood before a stone gargoyle that looked at him with the blank dignity of something doing its job. A portrait on the nearby wall gave him the password without being asked, which he suspected was deliberate. He climbed the stairs. The office was extraordinary. Not for the decor, though the decor was intense, silver instruments and portraits and a bird on a perch that Harry identified as a phoenix before he'd consciously processed the details, the magical signature of it warm and clear and completely unlike anything else in the building. Extraordinary for the density of accumulated decision-making that saturated the air. This was a room where enormous things had been decided for a very long time. Dumbledore was standing at the window, looking out over the grounds. He turned when Harry entered, and the twinkling was still present, still warm, still performing, but Harry had seen it turn off on the staircase and he knew now it was a garment. Worn well, but worn. "Harry," Dumbledore said, with the warm specificity of someone using a name they have been waiting to say. "Please, sit down." Harry sat, and looked at him, and waited. Dumbledore settled behind his desk. He picked up one of the silver instruments, turned it over in his fingers, set it down. Buying time before speaking, which meant he was uncertain how to begin, which meant this conversation was not the scripted one. "You are not," Dumbledore said, eventually, with the tone of a man choosing his words with real care, "what I expected." "I know," Harry said. "I made certain arrangements," Dumbledore said. 10 years ago. Certain expectations about how you would arrive here, about the shape of your understanding. The person I expected would not know about the prophecy or the scar or the specific nature of what happened in Godric's Hollow. "I know about all of those things," Harry said. "Yes." Dumbledore looked at him. Geralt of Rivia was thorough. Always. Something moved in Dumbledore's expression, not anger, nothing as simple as that. A complicated grief, the grief of a plan that understood itself to be right encountering the evidence of its own costs. "He took you without permission," Dumbledore said. "From people who had a claim, relatives who didn't want me," Harry said, "and a blood ward that would have protected one specific threat while leaving me completely undefended against everything else." He paused. "With respect, the plan was designed for a different child. I'm not that child." Dumbledore was quiet. "I'm not angry about it," Harry said. "I understand why you made the choices you made. You were working with the information you had and a timeline you were managing." He looked at the old man steadily. "But I need you to understand that I know the shape of the game. I know about the stone. I know something in this school is being used as bait, and I know there's a reason first-year students are being housed in a building with it." Dumbledore's expression had gone entirely still. The twinkling was off. "How do you know about the stone?" "I can smell dark magic when it's active," Harry said. "And I spent a week in this castle learning its baseline. Something on the 3rd floor is not part of the baseline." He leaned forward slightly. "I'm not going to do something reckless about it. I'm telling you I know, because I want us to have an honest conversation rather than the one you planned." The silence that followed was the most interesting silence Harry had sat in since Yennefer had looked at him after the trial and not spoken for 4 full minutes. "You are," Dumbledore said finally, and for the first time the word sounded genuinely unmanaged, remarkable. Geralt of Rivia raised me, Harry said. He's better at this than either of us. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment with those extraordinary eyes, all the layers of him visible in a way they usually weren't, and Harry sat in it without discomfort, because he'd been having this kind of conversation with Yennefer since he was 6 and he'd learned early that the best thing to do when a very powerful person was seeing you clearly was to give them something true to see. We will, Dumbledore said at last, need to speak further. I know, Harry said. I'm not hard to find. He stood, nodded, and walked out of the office and back down the moving staircase, and the castle moved around him in its old habitual way, and he walked back through the corridors thinking about the specific quality of Dumbledore's expression in that last moment, the thing underneath the grief and the calculation and the weight of enormous experience. It had looked, he thought, a great deal like relief. He found Ron asleep in a chair by the fire, a chess set half finished on the table beside him. Hermione was still awake, reading, and she looked up when Harry came in. Well, she said. I think, Harry said, dropping into the chair across from hers, that this year is going to be considerably more complicated than advertised. Hermione closed her book. Right, she said. Tell me everything. So he did. Chapter 3, Signs and Wonders. The first flying lesson happened on a Tuesday, and it was the most bored Harry had been since arriving at Hogwarts. Not because flying wasn't genuinely extraordinary. The first time the broom came up to his hand and he swung onto it and pushed off and felt the ground drop away, he understood immediately and completely why people loved it, the specific rightness of being 50 feet up with the wind working against him and nothing beneath him but air. That part was excellent. The part that bored him was that Madame Hooch was teaching the class as though no one in it had ever climbed a tree. She moved through the basics with the patient thoroughness of a woman who had spent decades watching 11-year-olds injure themselves on brooms and had developed her curriculum accordingly, which was fair, but meant that Harry spent most of the lesson waiting. He held the broom at the correct angle and kept the correct altitude and made the correct turns, and about 20 minutes in he started running combat scenarios in his head, mapping the aerial territory, thinking about sight lines, thinking about how you'd defend against a target on a broom if you were also on a broom, and was pulled out of it by a commotion below. Neville Longbottom had lost control of his broom. Harry saw it before it properly happened, the broom responding to Neville's anxiety rather than his intention, jerking upward in the unpredictable way that poorly channeled magical emotion affected inanimate objects with a magical connection. Neville was holding on with both hands and ascending at a steep angle with the expression of someone who has made a decision they are immediately regretting. Madame Hooch was on the ground. She was going to be too slow. Harry had already banked hard left and accelerated before his conscious mind had fully authorized the decision. Years of training had built that, the body responding to the read situation before deliberation completed, which was the whole point of training, building the gap between stimulus and response small enough that the response happened at the speed of perception. He came alongside Neville at 40 feet, matched speed, and said, "Lean right." Slow lean, controlled, like you mean it. Neville looked at him with the expression of someone who has been told to do something that sounds insane in the context of currently falling. I can't, you're not falling yet. The broom is moving on your fear. Feel the broom, don't fight it, feel it. Lean right. Neville made a noise that was equal parts terror and determination, and leaned right, and the broom wobbled and then, very slowly, very grudgingly, began to level. Good, Harry said. Now bring the nose down. Gradually. Tell the broom where you want to be, don't ask it. How do I tell a broom? Same way you do everything else. Intention. Breath. Make it certain. Below them, Madame Hooch had mounted her own broom and was ascending. Neville, with the focus of someone operating slightly beyond their normal capacity, brought the nose down and descended at a controlled if slightly lurching angle and landed in a wobbling semicircle that ended with him sitting on the grass and the broom stationary. Harry landed beside him. Madame Hooch landed 30 seconds later, looked at Neville, looked at Harry, looked at the broom, and made the expression of someone adjusting their professional assessment. Mr. Potter, she said. He had it, Harry said. I just talked him through the last part. Neville looked up from the grass, still slightly pale, and said, "You flew over like, I didn't even see you move until you were just there." "You had about 3 seconds before the situation became harder to recover," Harry said. "So I moved." Madame Hooch was looking at Harry with the specific expression of an expert watching someone else perform an application of expertise that she hadn't anticipated. She looked at how he was standing, how he was holding the broom, the specific ease of his posture. "How much have you flown?" she said. "Never on a broom before today," Harry said. She blinked. The transition you made. The angle and the speed control." She stopped herself. "After class," she said. "Stay back." Draco Malfoy, who had watched this from nearby with an expression of someone watching a plan go wrong, said loudly, "Lucky, is all that was. Longbottom still can't ride a broom properly." Harry glanced at him. One glance, brief, the kind of glance that catalogues something and assigns it an appropriate level of significance, which in this case was low. He didn't say anything. He went back to the flying exercises. Malfoy's expression hardened at the nothing. Being dismissed without anger was apparently worse than being engaged with. After class, while the other students drifted away, Madame Hooch walked Harry through 3 precise maneuvers and watched him execute each one with the focused observation of someone taking very serious notes. On the third, she said quietly, "You have spatial instinct that I've only seen in students who've been flying since early childhood." "I have enhanced proprioception," Harry said. "And fast processing of spatial information. It translates to anything three-dimensional." "Enhanced," she stopped. "Natural, or, trained," Harry said. "In a specific way." She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, "Have you thought about Quidditch?" "I know what it is," Harry said. "I haven't seen it played." "We have a match in November," she said. "I'd like you to watch it. And then I'd like to talk to you about the house team." Harry thought about it. Flying was interesting. Flying fast in a contested space while other people tried to stop you was the kind of thing that sounded genuinely engaging. "All right," he said. She nodded, satisfied, and he walked back toward the castle, and the medallion was vibrating at its low sustained frequency again, the hum that had been present with varying intensity since he'd arrived. He'd been mapping it, noting which parts of the castle produced stronger resonance, which directions the hum intensified toward, building a sensory map of the school's magical geography alongside the physical one. The third-floor corridor pulled at the medallion more than anything else in the building. He hadn't gone to look at it yet. He was being methodical. "Explain the sign system to me again," Hermione said. It was a Sunday morning, 10 days into term, and they were in a corner of the library that Hermione had apparently staked out as a working territory, 2 tables pushed together, her notes organized in a system that seemed to involve both subject categorization and chronological filing simultaneously. She had her charms textbook open alongside a notebook that contained what appeared to be a structural analysis of the relationship between intent, wand movement, and outcome in the Wingardium Leviosa lesson, with 3 different colored inks and margin notes that were significantly more interesting than the textbook itself. Harry sat across from her and considered how to explain it. "Think of it as directional intention," he said. "Conventional spellcasting channels magical energy through an external medium, the wand, and gives it instruction through words and motion. The words and motion are partly convention and partly actual functional triggers for specific energy structures. The wand is doing work that lets the caster avoid doing that work internally. So the wand is a crutch," Hermione said. "It's a tool. Not a crutch. A crutch implies you can't walk without it, and for most wizards that's not entirely true, but close enough." Harry picked up her quill and put it down again, thinking. Signs work without any external medium. The energy structure is built and deployed entirely internally and then expressed. It's faster and more direct, but it requires the internal architecture to hold the structure, which most people don't have because they've never trained it. But you do. I have 2 sets of architecture now. The Witcher mutations gave me one framework. The magic I was born with gave me another. The trial I went through when I was 7, part of what it did was build something that lets them work together. He paused. Most of the time. Hermione looked up from her notes. Most of the time. There are configurations I haven't figured out yet. Ways they interact that are unexpected. He thought about how to describe it. Imagine you have two languages that are separately fluent but occasionally use the same word to mean different things. Usually fine, sometimes interesting. What kind of interesting? Last week in Charms, I was working on Wingardium Leviosa and I combined the wand motion with an instinctive art push, and the feather I was levitating went through the ceiling. Hermione stared at him. Through the ceiling. About an inch into it. Flitwick came back down from the upper floor looking confused about his pencil case. Hermione made a sound that was approximately half horror and half genuine delight. What did you tell him? I said I'd overcorrected on the lifting force and I was very sorry about his pencil case, Harry said. I found it 3 rooms over and repaired it, which I think bought some goodwill. You can do repair spells already? Geralt spent a year teaching me every useful practical spell before I arrived here. Combat applications, diagnostics, basic healing, structural repair. His view was that if I was going to spend time in a castle full of children experimenting with unpredictable magic, I should at minimum be able to fix the things that got broken. Hermione looked at him with the expression she sometimes wore when Harry said something that recalibrated her model of what was possible. It was different from awe. She wasn't easily awed, which Harry appreciated, more like a person updating a calculation. He sounds very practical, she said. He is the most practical person I have ever met, Harry said. He once told me that the most important skill in a crisis is knowing the difference between what needs to happen immediately and what can wait, and applying that distinction correctly. He called it triage thinking. He applies it to everything. Even raising children. Especially raising children. Harry looked at the table for a moment. He was not good at the normal parts. He didn't know how to do a birthday properly or how to have a conversation about feelings in a way that wasn't structured like a debrief. He paused. But he was always there. When it mattered, he was always exactly there. Hermione was quiet for a moment, looking at him with the careful attention she brought to things that mattered. She stopped. That sounds like a very specific kind of good. It is, Harry said. Ron arrived at this point with 3 sandwiches from lunch, dropped into a chair, and distributed them with the generosity of a person who considered feeding people a primary social language. Library, he said, looking at the organized chaos of Hermione's table. On a Sunday. Both of you. We were having a conversation, Hermione said. About what? Magical architecture and triage thinking, Harry said. Ron took a large bite of his sandwich. Right, he said. Obviously. He looked at Harry's notes, which were considerably less organized than Hermione's but denser in content, the margins full of diagrams that mix standard magical notation with sign geometry. What's that? Comparison of conventional spell structures and sign geometry, Harry said. I'm trying to find the common principles. The way Flitwick explains wand movement, the angular relationships between motion and outcome, there's a parallel in how signs use body posture and hand position to direct energy. If I can find the unified framework, I might be able to make them more deliberately interactive. Ron looked at this for a moment. You want to do 2 kinds of magic at the same time, he said. On purpose. Not accidentally through the ceiling magic. Controlled through the ceiling magic, Harry agreed. Ron thought about this for 3 seconds and then said, with complete sincerity, that sounds like the most dangerous and also coolest thing I've heard this year. It might be dangerous, Harry said. That's why I'm working out the theory first. That is annoyingly sensible, Ron said. Geralt again. Always, Harry said. The defense against the dark arts lessons continued to bother him. Not the lessons themselves, they were mediocre, which was frustrating from a curriculum standpoint but not alarming. It was Quirrell. Every class, Harry sat at the front and watched him with the patient attention of someone who has identified a discrepancy and is systematically gathering data to understand it. The smell was the thing he kept returning to. Underneath the garlic and the nerves, there was something else, something that registered on his enhanced senses as fundamentally wrong in a way that he couldn't categorize cleanly. It wasn't the smell of dark magic exactly, or rather, it was dark magic, but not the active working kind, not like a cast curse or an enchanted object. It was more like proximity. The smell of something being close to dark magic for a long time. The smell of contamination. He'd smelled it once before. Or something close to it. He'd been 9, and Geralt had taken a contract in a village where people had been disappearing, and they tracked it to a man, an ordinary man, a farmer, who had found something buried in his field and touched it and been slowly, invisibly changed by it over the following weeks. The man hadn't been evil. He'd been occupied. The thing he'd touched had been moving through him like water through soil, using him, wearing his face. Harry had been 9, and he'd been very precise about not mentioning this parallel to Geralt at the time, because Geralt had told him he was observing and not engaging, and Harry had pushed that boundary enough already that week. But he'd filed it. He'd filed it very carefully. He wrote to Geralt that weekend. The letter was coded, which they'd developed a system for years ago, and it said, "I have found something." It matches Category 3 from the Cover incident. The subject is in a position of institutional authority. I am observing. I need your assessment of whether observation is sufficient or whether this qualifies as active protocol. Active protocol meant he did something about it himself. He didn't expect Geralt to say yes to that. Not yet. The reply came back in 3 days, by the particular crow that Geralt had been using since before Harry was born and that appeared to have opinions about most things. Observe. Gather evidence. Do not engage without backup or until you have a complete picture. Category 3 is not Category 5, the host is not always aware. Distinguish between the threat and the vessel before you take any action. I will be in the country by November. If the situation escalates before then, write immediately. Then, in a slightly different hand, as if added as an afterthought, you're doing it right. Trust your read. Harry folded the letter and put it inside the cover of his defense textbook, where it sat like a specific kind of weight through the next 2 data lessons while he watched Quirrell and kept his face neutral and asked exactly the right number of ordinary questions to avoid appearing to not ask any questions. The other thing that was developing, separate from Quirrell, was the specific question of what Harry's magic actually looked like in practice. He'd been cautious in classes, not hiding his capability, not pretending to struggle where he didn't, but also not leading with the full stack of what he could do. There was a difference between being direct about who you were and performing for an audience, and he had no interest in the performance. But in practical sessions, when the work required the work, the results were what they were. Transfiguration, he'd converted the matchstick to a needle in the first session. By the second week he was converting small objects to entirely different objects, a pebble to a glass marble, a coin to a small copper disc of a different denomination, without being specifically asked to advance. McGonagall had pulled him aside after the second week and given him a set of supplemental problems from the third-year curriculum, looking like she was doing it against her better judgment and had decided her better judgment was wrong. "Work through these at your own pace," she'd said, in the tone of someone who was actually saying, "Please do not make me look like I wasn't prepared for this. Report back when you've completed them." He completed them in a weekend and wrote his observations in the margins, which he suspected she hadn't anticipated. Charms was different, more collaborative. Flitwick's teaching style genuinely invited exploration, and Harry spent the lessons going deeper into the mechanics of each charm rather than just executing them. After the pencil case incident, Flitwick had asked Harry to stay back, and instead of the correction Harry expected, had spent 40 minutes asking him to describe what he'd felt in the moment of the combined technique. He'd been taking notes on what Harry said with the specific excited attention of a researcher who has found something new, which Harry found both gratifying and slightly alarming. The signs, Flitwick had said, operate on a principle that is very old. Very old indeed. Pre-wand, pre-formal magical theory, more like what we call wandless magic but structured through a physical grammar that I've only read theoretical descriptions of. He'd looked up from his notes. You can actually do them? Functionally. Yes, Harry said. Could you show me? Harry had held up his hand and activated art at minimum, a controlled push, directed at a stack of books on the corner of the desk. The books moved about 2 feet in a neat horizontal line. The magical signature was completely different from any spell Flitwick had encountered, and from the look on the small professor's face, he knew exactly what he was looking at. That, Flitwick said, in the tone of someone taking an extremely deep breath, is wandless, wordless, signless, and it has a structural complexity that I would attribute to 6th-year charm work at minimum. A pause. In an 11-year-old. Almost 12, Harry said, because it felt relevant. Almost 12, Flitwick repeated, still in the same tone. Right. He wrote something else in his notes. I am going to recommend to the headmaster that you be given access to the restricted section for independent study purposes. I will be writing that recommendation tonight. Thank you, Harry said. I should warn you, Flitwick said, adjusting his notes, that some of your professors will find you challenging. Not because of what you can do, but because you ask questions that proceed from a foundational framework they weren't taught in, and some people find that uncomfortable. Snape, Harry said. Flitwick looked up. I was thinking more of Binns, he said carefully. But, yes. Also possibly Snape, though for different reasons. What reasons? Flitwick closed his notebook. Professor Snape, he said, with the precision of someone who considers their words a professional responsibility, is an excellent potion maker and a complicated man. He had certain expectations about this year that have not been met. A pause. I'll say only that. The rest is not my place to say. Harry nodded. He already had his own read on Snape, and it was developing with every class. The thing about Snape was that he was watching. Not the hostile surveillance of someone looking for grounds to punish, though that element was present in how he watched other Gryffindors. Harry had noticed the specific quality of attention someone gives when they're looking for an excuse rather than an assessment. With Harry it was different. Snape watched him the way you watch something you're trying to classify, something that hasn't given you enough information yet to file correctly. Harry had caught him, twice, starting to say something and stopping. Once in the corridor outside the potions classroom, where Snape had come around a corner and seen Harry coming the other way and opened his mouth and then closed it and walked past without speaking. Once in the potions classroom itself, where Harry had asked a question about the interaction of beetle eyes with lacewing flies in the current preparation and Snape had answered it with full technical depth and then looked at Harry afterward with the specific expression of someone who has given more than they intended to. The questions were the thing. Harry's questions in potions were, he knew, not normal first-year questions. They proceeded from an alchemical foundation that treated the subject differently, from principles outward rather than from recipes inward, and they kept landing in territory that Snape clearly found interesting despite himself. Last Thursday Harry had asked about the thermodynamic implications of magical catalysis in potion brewing, and Snape had spent 8 minutes answering before apparently remembering himself. The awarding of points had become a quiet ongoing thing. Not frequent, and never with any warmth, Snape gave points to Harry the way someone pays a bill they find irritating, because the work is done and done correctly and there's no grounds to deny it. Gryffindor's points total at the end of the second week was significantly improved by this, which the other Gryffindors found baffling and which Harry noted as one more data point in his ongoing assessment of Severus Snape as a person performing a character that didn't entirely fit him. Ron, whose relationship with potions remained complicated, had begun drifting toward Harry's workbench during brewing sessions on the grounds that Harry caught errors before they became disasters. You always know before something goes wrong, Ron said one Thursday, watching Harry adjust his own preparation. The smell changes, Harry said. About 30 seconds before visible signs. There's a specific shift in the base chemistry. You can smell that? Enhanced olfaction, Harry said. Very useful in potions. Ron looked at his own cauldron. Can you smell mine? Harry looked over. Add the sprig of rosemary now, not at the 2-minute mark. The temperature is running slightly hot, and if you wait for the mark, the base will have polymerized past the optimal binding point. Ron added the rosemary. His potion shifted to a cleaner color. He looked at it with the expression of someone who has received unexpected good news. I might actually pass this class, he said, in a tone of genuine surprise. You would pass it anyway, Harry said. You understand the principles. You just haven't connected them to the practical work yet. How do I connect them? Stop following the recipe exactly and start thinking about why the recipe says what it says. What's the function of each step? Once you understand why, you can adapt when the variables are different. He paused. That's alchemical thinking rather than recipe thinking. It takes practice. Ron looked at him. You sound exactly like, I imagine you sound exactly like someone who was raised by a pragmatic, methodical person who applied those same principles to everything. Gerald would appreciate that comparison, Harry said. Or he'd say he doesn't care about comparisons and then appreciate it privately. Ron laughed and they went back to their respective potions, and Snape moved through the class, and when he reached Harry's workbench he stopped, looked at the progress of both cauldrons, Harry's precise and Ron's notably improved, and said nothing for a moment. Then, to Ron, adequate. To Harry, the rosemary intervention. His base was running hot, Harry said. Snape looked at him with the classified as interesting expression. Correct, he said, and moved on without points or penalty, and Ron mouthed adequate at Harry behind Snape's retreating back with enormous satisfaction, as if it was the finest word in the English language. The sign experiment happened on a Saturday, 3 weeks in. Harry had been working toward it carefully, the theoretical framework laid out in his notes, the parameters decided, the specific combination chosen for being the lowest risk interaction he could identify. He'd borrowed an empty classroom from Flitwick's casual offer of practice space and spent 40 minutes in preparation, clearing the room of anything breakable, setting up specific markers for measuring outcomes. What he wanted to test was whether an art structure could be embedded within a Wingardium Leviosa working as a secondary force director, not replacing the levitation, but adding a vector control layer that the charm on its own didn't have. The charm lifted. The sign could direct. In theory, the combined working would give him something like precise aerial targeting. He could lift an object and put it exactly where he wanted it, with a degree of fine motor control that either technique alone couldn't match. He ran it first on a small wooden block. The block lifted cleanly. The sign layered over it, and for a half-second everything was fine, the two workings operating in their respective registers without interference, and then the point where they touched, the specific node where the charm's force interacted with the sign's directional geometry, did something he hadn't predicted, and the block accelerated sideways at speed and hit the wall and stuck there, embedded about a centimeter into the stone. Harry looked at it. He crossed the room and looked at it more closely. The block had fused slightly with the wall, not damaged, not broken, but integrated at the contact point in a way that shouldn't be physically possible. He worked it free carefully. The stone around the impact point had a faintly luminous quality, like it had been briefly overwritten. He went back to his notes. The interaction point, the node where the charm and the sign met, was where the problem was. The charm treated the object as a target to be acted upon. The sign treated the energy being expressed as a direction to be given. When they overlapped, the object had received both instruction sets simultaneously, and the conflict between them had been resolved by, apparently, expressing both at full force in the first available direction the combined geometry indicated, which happened to be sideways. He needed a sequencing mechanism. Not simultaneous deployment, sequential. Sign first, establishing the directional field, then charm operating within it. He adjusted and tried again. The second block lifted, paused in mid-air with a precision that felt like nothing he'd achieved before, absolute spatial stillness, held exactly at the chosen coordinates, and then moved, on his intention, in a clean horizontal arc to the marked target position, where it landed with a precision of approximately 3 millimeters. He stood and looked at it for a moment. The medallion was completely still, which it did when he was working at a level it recognized as competent. It reacted to danger and to the presence of other magic, but when he was in his own groove it went quiet the way a compass goes quiet when you're facing true north. He did it 5 more times with different objects and different target positions. By the 5th, the sequencing had become fast enough that it was functionally simultaneous, the 2-step process compressed into something that looked, from the outside, like a single action. He packed his notes and left the classroom, and Hermione was in the corridor outside because she had apparently been reading in the adjacent study alcove and had noticed him going in an hour ago. "I wasn't listening," she said immediately. "You were," Harry said. "I heard the impact sounds," she admitted. "More than once." 3 times out of 6, Harry said. "The last 3 went correctly." She fell into step beside him, and he walked her through the logic of it the way he did when he'd figured something out and wanted to stress test the reasoning, not for validation, but because explaining it to Hermione always found the weaknesses, because she had the gift of asking exactly the question he hadn't considered. "The sequencing," she said. "Why does that work?" "If they're distinct operations, think of it like setting a stage before the performance," Harry said. "The sign establishes a field condition, a spatial geometry that describes the possible directions of movement. The charm then operates within that field, and instead of having to negotiate with the sign about what the object should do, it simply does its job within the parameters already set." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "So the sign isn't part of the charm. It's more like a constraint system." "Exactly. Which means you could potentially use any sign as a preparation for any charm, as long as the sign's function is compatible with what the charm does." "That's the hypothesis," Harry said. "I'm going to work through the sign library systematically. Ard and Erden are probably the most useful for this kind of thing. Igni is more complicated because the fire element creates a 3rd variable." "I want to help," Hermione said, in her direct way that wasn't a request but also wasn't presumptuous, just an offer stated plainly. "With the documentation, at minimum. The framework you're developing is original magical theory. It should be recorded properly." Harry looked at her. She was walking with her usual focused energy, already mentally organizing whatever she'd contribute, and he thought, as he occasionally thought when watching Ron make someone laugh or watching Hermione take a problem seriously, that Geralt had been right about the hat. "All right," he said. "You document. I experiment. And I argue with your methodology when I think it's wrong," she said. "Especially then," Harry said. She smiled, the quick unself-conscious smile she had when something went exactly right. "Good. Fair warning, I think your approach to the Igni interaction is probably going to need a completely different framework, not just an adjustment. Fire is fundamentally different from kinetic force as a magical medium, and treating them as equivalent in your existing model is." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I said it was complicated." "You could have said why it was complicated." "I was going to." "When?" "After I'd worked it out." "Which is a very Witcher response," she said. "Present conclusions when you have them, not before." Geralt's approach, yes. She made a noise that was approximately professional respect for someone she'd never met. "I'd like to meet him sometime," she said. "He'll come in November," Harry said. "He said he'd be in the country." "Does he come to check on you?" Harry thought about this, about the careful architecture of how Geralt expressed things. "He says he'll be in the country," Harry said. "He doesn't say he's coming to check on me." "But he is." "Yes," Harry said. "But not because he doubts my capability. He paused, looking for the accurate word. He wants to see for himself. It's how he works. He doesn't trust second-hand information about things that matter to him." Hermione looked at him with the quiet attention she gave to things she found important. Yes. That makes sense." A pause. "Things that matter to him." Harry didn't respond to this, because he didn't need to. They walked the rest of the way in the specific comfortable quiet of two people who have found each other's silences to be good company. The incident in the corridor happened on a Wednesday night, 3.5 weeks into term. Harry had been returning from the library, later than intended, Flitwick's permission slip for restricted section access having arrived that afternoon and Hermione having immediately identified 14 books they should cross-reference, and the cross-referencing had been genuinely productive and had run past curfew. He was moving quickly, in the particular quiet way that training had made second nature, his footsteps instinctively placed to minimize sound, his senses running their ambient sweep. He heard them before he saw them, a cluster of older boys, Slytherin by their accents and the specific quality of casual entitlement in their voices, and underneath those voices a smaller, frightened voice he recognized. Neville Longbottom. Harry came around the corner to find 4 fifth-year Slytherins arranged in the loose semicircle that groups naturally form when they are performing an intimidation, and Neville pressed back against the wall with his chin up and his hands shaking and the specific dignity of someone who has had a lot of practice being afraid and has decided they are not going to show it but can't quite stop the physical signs. The lead Slytherin was a broad-shouldered boy with the specific confidence of someone who had grown up large and decided that made him right about things. He was holding Neville's wand. He wasn't going to get to use it. Harry crossed the remaining distance with the particular quality of movement that Geralt had described as economy of arrival, no wasted motion, no announcement, simply being somewhere and then being somewhere else. He stopped at Neville's side, facing the 5 of them, and looked at the lead Slytherin with an expression that was not threatening and not afraid and completely, utterly still. The Slytherin blinked. He'd been expecting a first year to come around the corner. He'd gotten something that looked like a first year and was currently producing 0 of the expected behavioral responses, which was disorienting in the specific way that the unexpected is disorienting to people who don't encounter it often. The wand, Harry said. Set it on the floor. Set it on the floor, Harry said again, in exactly the same tone, because he didn't need different tones for this. The tone he had was sufficient. One of the other Slytherins put his hand on his own wand. Harry's eyes moved to him with the focused precision of a targeting adjustment and the boy's hand went still. You're a first year, the lead Slytherin said, with the particular disbelief of someone running the calculation and getting a result that doesn't fit. Yes, Harry said. There are 5 of us. I know, Harry said. I counted when I came around the corner. A silence. The corridor was very quiet, the specific quiet of a place where several people are making decisions simultaneously. Set the wand down, Harry said, for the 3rd time, with the patience of someone who is prepared to say it as many times as necessary and is not particularly concerned about which way the situation resolves. Then all 5 of you walk away. We don't need to make this into a bigger thing. The lead Slytherin looked at him with the assessing quality of someone trying to find the bluff. There wasn't one to find. Harry met his eyes and waited, and the Witcher's stillness, the specific quality of absolute readiness that looked like perfect calm, apparently communicated something that the Slytherin's risk assessment processed correctly, because he set the wand on the floor. They walked away. Not fast, that would have been too much of a concession, but steadily, in the direction of the dungeons, and their voices started up again around the corner, quieter now and doing something that sounded like reconstructing the situation in more flattering terms for their own benefit. Harry picked up Neville's wand and gave it back to him. Neville took it and stood there for a moment breathing in the careful way of someone coming down from sustained adrenaline. How did you? He stopped. They just left. They wanted an audience, not a fight, Harry said. When the audience changes, the calculation changes. Neville looked at him with his wand in his hand and his chin still up from the courage he'd been sustaining before Harry arrived, and the combination of those two things produced a quality in his expression that Harry recognized, the specific look of someone deciding something about themselves in the context of having just been through something. They do that, Neville said. Not always those ones specifically. But someone like them. Fairly regularly. Does anyone know? Professor Sprout knows some of it. She tries. He paused. It's hard to stop things that happen in corridors. Harry looked at him for a moment. You held your position, he said. Before I got here. You were scared and you held your position. Neville blinked. I was about to, you hadn't, though, Harry said. There's a difference between what you're about to do and what you've done. You'd been standing there how long before I came around the corner? I don't know. A few minutes. And you stayed. Neville looked at the floor and then back up. Where would I go? Some people would run. Some people would try something that made it worse. Harry picked up his own bag. You stayed and kept your head. That's something. They walked back toward Gryffindor Tower together, Neville slightly dazed and Harry slightly ahead, mapping the route. At the portrait hole, Neville stopped. Harry. Yes. Thank you. I was passing through, Harry said, and the fat lady swung open and they went in, and Ron was asleep in his chair again and Hermione was awake and reading and she looked at them both with the specific alertness of someone whose ambient awareness had registered something happening. Corridor situation, Harry said, before she could ask. Slytherins. 5th years. She looked at Neville, who was still slightly pale, and said in a completely different tone, softer, direct, sit down. I'll make tea. Which she did, from a set of supplies she'd brought from the kitchens earlier in the term and kept in her bag with the practicality of someone who anticipated needing tea at irregular hours. Harry sat in his chair and looked at the fire. The medallion had gone quiet. The ambient sweep of the castle returned to its usual quality, the old stone magic, the sleeping signatures of hundreds of students, the low sustained pull from the third-floor corridor. He let it all run at the edge of his attention and watched the fire burn and thought about the Cover incident, and about Quirrell, and about the thing that lived in the stone and the thing that lived in his scar and the specific shape of the year as it was beginning to make itself known to him. It was all connected. He couldn't see the full geometry of it yet, but the lines were there. He'd find them. He always found them. He pulled out his notes and started writing, and Hermione brought him tea without being asked, and outside the castle the first rain of October began. Chapter 4, The smell of silver Halloween arrived the way bad things often did, through the front door, announced, while the real problem came in through the window. The feast was the announced part. The Great Hall had been transformed with the specific extravagance that Hogwarts applied to celebrations, 1,000 jack-o'-lanterns floating where the candles usually were, real bats in the upper reaches of the ceiling doing their own navigation through the candlelight, the tables crowded with food that committed fully to the season. Harry had eaten well and watched the room and thought about the letter from Geralt that had arrived that morning, which said he'd be in Hogsmeade by the first weekend of November and they should arrange a meeting. He'd written back immediately. The specific urgency in his chest at reading that letter was something he catalogued and didn't examine too closely, which was itself information. Ron had made significant progress on a drumstick tower that he was building with the focused architectural ambition of someone who had temporarily converted dinner into engineering. Hermione was reading, which she did at meals with the particular discipline of someone who had calculated that meals were time she could recover for other purposes, though she ate steadily and automatically while doing it. Neville sat across from Harry, more comfortable now than he'd been in the first weeks. The corridor incident had apparently shifted something, less about Harry having helped and more about whatever Neville had decided about himself in the aftermath, which Harry thought was exactly right. Quirrell burst through the doors at 7:43. Harry clocked it in the first half-second, wrong movement pattern. Quirrell's usual movement was small and careful, the shuffling economy of someone who occupied as little space as possible. This was different, fast, wide-armed, almost theatrical, and it arrived with a magical signature that hit Harry's senses wrong immediately. The garlic was absent. The low-grade wrongness that Harry had been cataloguing for weeks was elevated, louder than he'd felt it before. Troll, Quirrell announced to the hall, and then did something that Harry read as performance rather than genuine panic, pitched forward, very deliberately, in a feint that landed him across the end of a bench. In the dungeons. Thought you should know. The hall detonated. Students on their feet, noise, the particular quality of group panic moving through a space like a wave through water. The professors were on their feet at the high table, Dumbledore's voice cutting through the noise, prefects being deployed, house by house toward their dormitories. Harry was already running a different calculation. He was watching Quirrell, who was being helped up by Professor Sprout and performing recovery from his faint with the specific quality of someone hitting their marks, and his medallion was doing something it had never done before in this building, not the sustained low hum of general magical presence but a sharp, specific vibration, the way it responded to acute and immediate supernatural threat. Not from the dungeons. He turned his head and let his senses track, a skill that took focus, deliberately suppressing the immediate close-range input to extend range in a single direction, the way you cup your hands around your eyes to see something at distance. He pushed past the noise of the hall, past the magical signatures of 600 panicking students, past the deep baseline of the castle itself. Third floor. Not the corridor with the trapdoor, closer than that, and moving. Something large and magically simple in the specific way that very powerful things were sometimes simple, like a battering ram is simpler than a sword but not therefore less dangerous. He turned to Ron. Hermione. Ron looked at him. His expression had moved from alarm to the specific attention he gave when Harry's tone changed register. What? She went to the bathroom 20 minutes ago, Harry said. She hasn't come back. Ron went pale. She doesn't know. No. Harry was already standing, the feast crowd moving around him in the opposite direction. Go with the prefects. I'll find her. Harry, Ron. Prefects. Now. He paused. If I'm not back by the time the prefects get everyone upstairs, tell McGonagall. Third floor, East Corridor. That's where I'll be. He moved against the tide of students, which required the specific body mechanics of moving through a dense crowd efficiently, not forcing, flowing, finding the spaces between people, the same principle Geralt applied to moving through a battlefield except the obstacles here were panicking 11-year-olds rather than armed men. He was out of the hall in under a minute. The corridors were emptying. The sounds of the feast replaced by the echoing hurry of hundreds of people moving in organized directions, prefects calling out instructions, the specific sharp quality of McGonagall's voice from somewhere behind him growing smaller. He found Hermione on the second floor. She was coming out of the girls' bathroom, book in hand, not yet knowing anything was wrong, and she looked up as Harry came around the corner at speed and her expression moved through surprise to reading his face, which told her enough. What's, troll? Harry said. Quirrell announced it. Dungeons. Dungeons? She was already processing, her face doing the calculation Harry recognized. That's where Slytherin's dormitory is. If there's a troll, the announcement might be misdirection, Harry said. I'm not certain. My senses are reading something large on this floor, east side, moving. He looked at her. We need to move. Which direction? Away from it. He started walking fast, Hermione keeping pace. Can you do a locking charm? A strong one, not just Alohomora resistant. Colloportus is in the third-year curriculum, but I read ahead and the mechanics aren't. The smell hit him first. He stopped. One hand out, instinctive, Hermione stopping immediately behind him. The smell was extraordinary. Old stone and animal musk and the wet rot of something that had been underground and the specific sour copper undertone of something that consumed meat. It came around the corner before the thing did, about 3 seconds warning, which was enough. Back, Harry said, quiet and flat. Harry, Hermione. Back now. Bathroom door, get inside it, lock it from inside. What are you going to? The troll came around the corner. It was 12 feet of gray-green muscle and bad posture, carrying a club that was most of a tree trunk, and its head was approximately the size of a small boulder, and it smelled like something had died inside it and given up. It moved with the rolling stride of something that had never in its life needed to worry about what was coming toward it, because in its entire experience nothing that came toward it was a problem. It had small, dull, utterly unworried eyes. It saw them and stopped. Harry had Hermione behind him without deciding to, the same instinct that had put him between Neville and the Slytherin fifth years, the automatic geometry of people he was going to protect versus directions threat was coming from. His wand was in his hand. His other hand was loose at his side. The troll looked at him with its small eyes and apparently reached a conclusion, because it swung the club up with the shoulder-deep rotation of something that had done this before and brought it down. Harry was not there. He'd moved left, the sidestep tight and economical, and the club hit the stone floor where he'd been standing, and the impact sent cracks across the flagstones and a shockwave of displaced air that Harry felt in his chest. Dust from the ceiling. Hermione making a sound behind him that was cut short by what sounded like a door. She'd gone into the bathroom. Good. The troll turned toward him with the slow certainty of something that knew it was the biggest thing in the room. Harry looked at it and assessed. 12 feet. Weight estimate somewhere around a ton. The club was its primary tool, and it used it with the full commitment of something that had never needed precision. The dull eyes meant poor visual acuity, especially in low light. The corridor was torchlit but not bright. It was tracking motion more than detail. He needed it away from the bathroom door. He activated art at medium force, directed center mass. The troll took the impact and stumbled 2 steps backward, which wasn't what he'd expected. He'd expected more movement from that force against a target that large, which meant the density was significant, the mass higher than his visual estimate. Filed. It shook its enormous head with the expression of something that has just experienced confusion for the first time in its life and doesn't know how to categorize it. Harry moved again, further left, further into the corridor, putting distance between himself and the bathroom door, drawing the troll's attention with movement because the visual tracking told him it would follow motion. The troll followed, turning away from the bathroom. Good. The club came around in a horizontal sweep this time, which was more dangerous, wider arc, more difficult to step inside. Harry went under it, the hot displacement of air from the passing tree trunk close enough that he felt it, came up inside the troll's reach and drove a Wingardium Leviosa at the club itself from 3 feet away, combined with the directional art layer he'd been practicing for 3 weeks. The club was wrenched upward out of the troll's grip and drove itself into the ceiling, where the sequenced working held it, pinned against the stone with a force that the troll immediately tried to counteract by grabbing at the handle. The troll was occupied. Harry stepped back, breathing, and put an igni working into the floor between himself and the troll. Not fire, he didn't want fire in an enclosed stone corridor, but the heat projection, the ground suddenly uncomfortable, the troll's feet registering the wrong input and shifting its attention downward, away from the stuck club. The bathroom door flew open. Hermione came out with her wand up and said, with the specific voice of someone who has been doing calculations for 30 seconds and arrived at an answer, locomotor mortis. The leg-locking jinx hit the troll low on the right leg. The troll, already confused about the floor, already grappling with a ceiling that was holding its club, now had a leg that didn't work properly, and the combination of these 3 things, each individually manageable, was collectively enough that when it shifted weight, the locked leg gave way and the troll went down. 12 feet of troll hitting stone is a significant event. The vibration moved through the floor and up through Harry's boots and rattled things in the bathroom behind Hermione, and dust came from the ceiling again, and the troll made a sound like very large furniture falling. It wasn't unconscious. It was confused and on the floor, and its club was still stuck to the ceiling, and Harry walked to the side of the corridor and put his back to the wall, and Hermione appeared at his shoulder doing exactly the same thing, and they both looked at the downed troll with the specific stillness of people who are not yet certain the problem is solved. Is it? Hermione started. Not unconscious, Harry said. Confused. Give it a moment. The troll tried to get up, couldn't, tried again with the focused single-mindedness of something that has never met a problem that more effort didn't solve, and then lay still with the sounds of deep confusion. The door at the end of the corridor opened and McGonagall came through it at speed, followed by Snape, followed by Quirrell, and all 3 of them stopped when they saw the scene, the troll on the floor, the club embedded in the ceiling, Harry and Hermione against the wall, the cracked flagstones, the scorched lines on the floor where the igni had expressed. McGonagall's face went through several things very rapidly and settled on controlled assessment. Snape's eyes moved from the ceiling club to Harry's posture to the scorch marks, and his expression did the same, classifying something new thing it had done twice in potions. Quirrell looked at all of it, and Harry watched him looking and saw something that was not relief and not surprise, something more specific, something that had an agenda behind it. "What on earth?" McGonagall said. "The troll came around the east corridor," Harry said. "Hermione was in the bathroom. I moved it away from the door and held it until Hermione could come out." He paused. "She hit it with locomotor mortis when its footing was compromised. That's what put it down." McGonagall looked at Hermione. "Miss Granger. Are you injured?" "No," Hermione said. "Explain to me." McGonagall looked at the club in the ceiling. "That is not a charm in the first-year curriculum." "I combined a levitation charm with a directional working," Harry said. The combined force held the club in place. The troll couldn't maintain its grip against the applied force. "A directional working," Snape said. It was the first thing he'd said. His voice was doing none of its usual theatrical quality, it was stripped down, flat, professional. "Define that." "A sign," Harry said. "Witcher combat technique. I described it in potions last week, Professor. The force application principle." Snape looked at him for a long moment. Something was moving behind his eyes in the layered way that Harry had come to associate with the specific quality of Snape thinking very quickly and not showing the conclusions. "Yes," Snape said. "You did." Quirrell made a sound, probably meant to be recovery from stress, the kind of noise that was performing distress, and Harry turned his head toward him and looked at him with the same directness he'd given the Slytherin fifth years. The medallion was vibrating sharply. The specific wrongness from Quirrell was elevated, close, more concentrated in proximity than it was from a classroom away. Quirrell met his eyes and something happened in the professor's expression, the performance flickered. Just for half a second, just long enough for Harry to see underneath it, and what he saw was not Quirrell at all. Something looking out through Quirrell's eyes with the specific quality of something that recognized what it was looking at. Harry held the eye contact for exactly 2 seconds and then looked away. Filed. Active, aware, and it knew what he was. "We should sort out the troll," Harry said, to the room. "And someone should check the dungeons. If it was announced as being there first, there may be secondary activity." McGonagall looked at him with an expression that had gone very still. "Indeed," she said. "Professor Quirrell, if you could—" Of course, Quirrell said, resuming his performance seamlessly. "Mr. Potter. Miss Granger." McGonagall turned to them, and her expression had moved into something that Harry could only call cornered respect, the expression of someone who is going to have to give house points for something that also absolutely should not have happened. 5 points each for sheer nerve," she said, with the tone of someone paying the bill again. "And 5 more to each for the spell work." A pause. "You are both also losing 5 points each for being out after curfew and in the path of a troll." "Net zero," Ron said, from somewhere behind McGonagall. Everyone turned. Ron was at the far end of the corridor, apparently having followed at a distance, with the expression of someone who is not sure whether they made a good decision and is committed to it anyway. "Mr. Weasley," McGonagall said. "I told a prefect," Ron said immediately. "I told Penelope Clearwater. She's the reason you're here." McGonagall's expression did several things. 5 points to you as well," she said, finally. "For finding a sensible adult." She looked at all 3 of them with the expression that Harry was beginning to recognize as her genuine feeling underneath the professional standard, which was something close to exasperated pride. "Now get back to your common room. All of you. Now." They went. The 3 of them walked through the settling corridors, the troll situation being handled behind them, the castle slowly returning to its normal register, and didn't speak until they were past the second-floor landing. Then Hermione said, quietly, "That was remarkable. You hit it with a leg-locking jinx from inside a bathroom after 30 seconds of preparation," Harry said. "That was remarkable." "I had 30 seconds of preparation," she said. "You were improvising." I had the conceptual framework, Harry said. The rest was application. Ron fell into step between them. He had the expression of someone who had experienced an event and was still processing the event. You stuck the club to the ceiling, he said. Yes. With 2 spells at the same time. That you invented. 3 weeks ago, in the classroom Flitwick lent me. Ron looked at the ceiling of the corridor as if seeing it differently. Right, he said. Right. And the floor, the scorch marks on the floor, igni. Heat projection. I wanted to break its attention without causing a fire in an enclosed space. A troll, Ron said, apparently needing to say it again. You fought a troll. We fought a troll, Harry said. Ron looked at Hermione. We fought a troll, he said, to her. And then, apparently, something in the reality of the statement combined with the adrenaline aftermath and the specific quality of having been part of something extraordinary and the look on Hermione's face, which was the look of someone who has also been part of something extraordinary and has found 2 people to be part of it with, and Ron started laughing. The unguarded, full-bodied kind, and after a moment Hermione was laughing too, a real laugh, the kind that had been waiting behind her composure all night. Harry watched them and felt something that he recognized, from training, as the particular warmth of the aftermath of a good fight shared with people who had been there. He hadn't expected to feel it like this, with these 2, over a troll in a school corridor. But there it was. He smiled, and it reached his eyes, and Ron pointed at him and said, There, that's a real one, I've been waiting for that, which made Hermione laugh harder, and they walked back to Gryffindor Tower through a castle that smelled like pumpkin and old stone and something that might, if you were paying attention and knew what it was, be the very beginning of something worth keeping. The morning after the troll, Harry went to find Snape. This required some intelligence gathering, which Ron provided without asking why because he was developing a working model of Harry's operational style that apparently included, I need information and I will find it and there is probably a reason. Ron's information was that Snape took breakfast in his office on Fridays, which was the day after Halloween, and his office was in the dungeons, down a specific corridor, 3rd door on the left. Harry knocked. Enter. The voice was flat and did not inflect for warmth. Harry entered. Snape's office was, like the man, structured and deliberate, potions ingredients on the shelves with the organization of someone who valued precision over display, books that were heavily annotated based on the ones Harry could see the spines of, a desk clear except for what was currently being worked on. No unnecessary objects. The room of someone who had made specific choices about what was worth having. Snape looked up from whatever he was reading. He looked at Harry without performing surprise, which Harry noted as another data point in his ongoing assessment. Mr. Potter. Professor. Harry didn't wait to be offered a chair, he sat. Snape's eyes registered this and added it to whatever he was building. I have a question that isn't about potions. I gathered, Snape said. Last night, in the corridor. When I mentioned the signs, you said, yes, you did. Referencing the potions conversation. Harry looked at him directly. You weren't surprised. By the troll. You weren't surprised by the way I handled it. Snape was quiet for a moment. I was surprised by several specific technical details, he said. The ceiling application was unanticipated. But not the core capability. Snape set down what he was reading. No, he said. You know about witchers, Harry said. I know about many things, Snape said. The knowledge is dark magic adjacent in its sources, which is relevant to my prior professional context. Something moved behind his eyes, a quick deep shift, here and gone. A modified mutation process, performed on a child with an existing magical system, interacting with a curse scar that any competent dark arts practitioner would immediately identify as a soul fragment container. He said it with the specific flatness of someone stating facts that have implications too large to inflect. You are aware of the last part? The soul fragment. Yes. Harry looked at him. How long have you known about it? Since September 1st. Your magical signature is distinctive. The dark residue is detectable to anyone trained to look for it. Have you told Dumbledore? Dumbledore has always known, Snape said, with a specific quality in his voice that Harry could hear was doing significant work, containing something that was either anger or grief or possibly both. He has known since Godric's Hollow. Harry sat with this for a moment. Right, he said. So the plan, the original plan, the relatives, and the blood wards, that was designed for a child who didn't know what was in their scar. Who would stay ignorant of it? Yes, Snape said. And now there's a child who does know, and who can apparently sense it without being taught how. Yes. Harry looked at the desk between them. The stone on the 3rd floor, he said. I can smell the dark magic from it. It's been escalating since September. Something is being drawn to it. Snape was very still. The kind of still that people who have long experience with dangerous situations go still when they are assessing whether something they know has been discovered by someone who shouldn't know it. You know about it, Harry said. I have concerns, Snape said carefully. Which I have raised with the appropriate people. And I have been reassured that the situation is under control. His tone said exactly what he thought of this reassurance. Harry looked at him. Snape looked back. They were doing the thing that Harry had noticed from the first week, the mutual reading, the dual assessment, and this morning there was something different in the quality of it, less adversarial and more like two people who have found an unexpected shared context. Professor Quirrell, Harry said. Snape's expression didn't change, but the quality of his stillness intensified, the specific stillness of someone who has been watching the same thing and is encountering confirmation. What about Professor Quirrell, he said, with all the neutrality of someone being extremely careful. The wrongness I can detect from him, Harry said. It's not like the wrongness from the stone. The stone has an ambient signature, dormant dark magic, contained. Quirrell's signature is interactive. It's responsive. It knows I'm looking. He held Snape's gaze. Last night, in the corridor. When I looked directly at him, something looked back. Silence. I have noticed, Snape said, very precisely, anomalies in Professor Quirrell's behavior and magical signature since the beginning of term. Have you raised this with Dumbledore? I have raised concerns. The same tone as before, the tone that contained what it thought of the response received. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Snape was watching him with that classified as interesting expression, and underneath it something else, something that Harry's read identified as a version of the same thing he'd seen in Dumbledore, the complicated grief of a person who has made very large decisions and is still living in their consequences. But different in quality. Dumbledore's grief was the grief of a general. Snape's was more specific. More personal. He didn't push on it. It wasn't relevant right now, and privacy was something he respected. I wanted you to know that I know, Harry said. In case it's useful. Snape looked at him. Why would my knowing that you know be useful? Because if something escalates, Harry said, I'd rather have one reliable adult who's working with actual information rather than 3 adults who are managing a narrative. He stood. Also because you're the only professor in this school who has the specific training to understand the dark arts dimensions of the situation, and you're clearly not operating at full information yourself. And you think, Snape said, with the tone of someone testing a hypothesis, that you can provide full information. Not yet, Harry said. I'm still gathering it. But when I have it, I'd rather give it to someone who'll do something with it than someone who'll file it in a plan I can't see. He went to the door. Stopped. The potion you've been developing, he said, without turning around. He'd caught the smell of it when he came in, something complex and specific that he'd been cataloging since. It's not for the stone directly. It's for monitoring access to the 3rd floor. A tracer compound, probably something that records magical signatures when they cross a threshold point. He heard Snape's chair shift. That's 3rd-year research minimum, Snape said. The tracer compound is, Wormwood and baneberry in the base, Harry said. The specific ratio gives a signature memory duration of about 48 hours. Anyone who crosses the threshold while exposed to the compound leaves a readable signature for 2 days. He paused. If you brew it with the stabilizer from the salamander tail additive, the duration extends to a week. Silence. Get out of my office, Potter, Snape said. But his voice had done the thing it did when Harry's potion's answers landed, the thing that was not quite warmth but was its neighbor. Harry went. November arrived like a change of gear, the weather shifting from autumn into the specific grey cold that meant the year was committing to winter. Quidditch season opened with a Gryffindor vs Slytherin match, and Harry watched it from the stands. Madam Hooch had wanted him to watch, understand the dynamics, before any conversation about playing. He understood the dynamics within 10 minutes. Quidditch was a game designed for people who were very good at several things simultaneously: flying, spatial awareness, competitive reading of other players, and the specific discipline of prioritizing the snitch over the chaos of everything else happening on the pitch. He watched the Gryffindor Seeker, a third-year named Diggory who was technically proficient but slightly slow on commitment to a dive, and mapped the geometry of what a more aggressive Seeker would look like in the same situations. Ron sat beside him, eating something warm and explaining the rules with the excited detail of a person who loves a thing and has finally found someone who will genuinely engage with the explanation rather than tolerating it. Hermione was on Harry's other side taking notes, which Ron considered an extreme response to watching sport and which Harry thought was completely reasonable. Gryffindor won on the snitch. Harry made a note about the Seeker position and put it aside for the conversation with Madam Hooch. The letter came on the 3rd of November, delivered by Gerald's crow, and Harry opened it in the dormitory alone before anyone was awake. I'm in Hogsmeade. The 3 broomsticks, through Saturday. Come when you can. He got permission from McGonagall on the grounds that his legal guardian was in the area and requesting a meeting, which she gave after 5 seconds of deliberation and one searching look at his face. Hogsmeade on a Thursday afternoon was quiet. The main surge of students wouldn't come until the designated visit weekends, and the village settled into its own rhythm during the week. Harry walked from the castle through cold clear air, hands in his jacket pockets, and his senses ran their sweep and found nothing alarming, and he let himself relax the working awareness to background. The 3 broomsticks was warm and smelled like butterbeer and old wood and something herbal from the kitchen, and Gerald was at a corner table, of course at a corner table, back to the wall, full sightlines to both the door and the bar, because some habits don't pause for civilian settings. He looked exactly the same. White hair tied back, amber eyes doing their sweep when Harry came through the door and landing on him and staying there with the specific quality of attention that Harry had grown up understanding as a version of the word home. A tankard on the table. A very slight relaxation of his shoulders when Harry sat down across from him that he probably didn't know he was doing. You look well, Gerald said. I am, Harry said. The castle suits you. It's interesting, Harry said. The magic is extraordinary. The institutional weight is occasionally frustrating. He looked at Gerald. You didn't come for a status report. No, Gerald said. I came because it's been 2 months. Harry looked at him. Gerald picked up his tankard and drank from it and set it down, and Harry thought about Hermione's voice saying things that mattered to him and about how some things didn't need to be said and were better for not being said. The troll, Gerald said. You heard. Owls travel fast. A pause. The sealing technique. Ard and Wingardium in sequence, Harry said. I've been working on the framework for 3 weeks. I know. Your letters. Something in Gerald's expression moved. The girl. Granger. She hit it with locomotor mortis from inside the bathroom, Harry said. Through a door. While I was holding its attention. She had 30 seconds. Gerald was quiet. The amber eyes were doing the deep assessment that Harry had been read by his whole life. The other thing, Gerald said. In your letter. Category 3. Elevated now, Harry said. Closer to 4. It's aware of me. He told Geralt everything, quickly and precisely: Quirrell, the soul fragment theory, Snape's monitoring work, the stone on the third floor, the shape of what he thought was coming. Geralt listened without interrupting, the way he always listened, letting the whole picture build before processing any piece of it. When Harry finished, Geralt was quiet for a moment. "The soul fragment theory," he said. "Yennefer confirmed it before you left." "I know. I've read everything she sent. And the container in the scar, you can feel it." "Since the trial," Harry said. "It's been quieter this year than it was before. The mutations gave it less purchase." Geralt looked at him steadily. "If the fragment in Quirrell and the fragment in your scar are parts of the same consciousness, it knows what I am when it looks through Quirrell's eyes," Harry said. "I saw it recognize me. In the corridor, after the troll." "Then you are not operating covertly anymore." "I wasn't operating covertly," Harry said. "I was observing. Now I'm observed too." He looked at Geralt. "I'm not worried about it." "I know," Geralt said. "That's not the same as it not being relevant. I have Snape watching Quirrell. I have a red on the building that most of the professors don't have. I know what the end point is." He paused. "Someone is going to try to use the stone before the year ends. The fragment in Quirrell is the mechanism for that. When the attempt happens, I'll be there." Geralt looked at him for a long moment. The firelight from the nearby hearth made the amber eyes very clear. "I want you to write to Yennefer," he said. "Tell her the soul fragment is interactive at this proximity. She's been developing a theory about the containment." "All right. And Potter." Geralt's voice had done the thing it did on the rare occasions when he was about to say something he'd been deliberating over. "The friends. Granger and Weasley." Harry waited. "Keep them close," Geralt said. "Not because you need them tactically. Because you're allowed to." Harry sat with this for a moment. It landed in the specific way that things Geralt said landed when they were not about tactics, slightly sideways, the way light hits when it comes from an unexpected angle. "I know," Harry said. "I know you know," Geralt said. "I'm saying it anyway." They sat in the warmth of the Three Broomsticks for another hour, talking about nothing consequential. Roach, who was stabled outside and had apparently bitten a Hogsmeade local who tried to pet her without introduction, which was consistent behavior. Lambert's recent contract north of Inverness. Yennefer's ongoing project, which involved texts in 4 languages and had put her in what Geralt called a productive but antisocial mood. Normal things. The things that made up a life between the exceptional events. When Harry left to walk back to the castle, the afternoon was ending in the particular purple-grey way of Scottish winter, the light going sideways and the cold sharpening, and he walked with his hands in his pockets and his senses running the familiar sweep and the medallion quiet and the castle rising ahead of him in the last of the light. Ron and Hermione were in the common room when he returned. Ron had a chess board set up. Hermione had her notes, but she looked up when Harry came in with the focused attention she gave people rather than books when something mattered. "How was it?" she asked. "Good," Harry said, and sat in his chair, and the fire was warm, and Ron moved a knight and said, "Your turn, Hermione, and don't you dare sacrifice the bishop again, I know what you're doing," and the normal evening of the castle moved around them like water. Harry pulled out his notes. Found the page where he was mapping the underground geometry of the 3rd floor. Wrote 2 lines, folded the page, and set it aside. Stayed present. In the warm room, with the fire and the chess and the notes. Something worth protecting, he'd thought on the Hogwarts Express. Yes, he thought now. Exactly that. Chapter 5, What the Mirror Shows. December came down on Hogwarts like a deliberate act, snow arriving overnight and staying, the castle becoming something from an illustration in a book about places that were too beautiful to be real. The grounds went white and stayed white, the lake froze at the edges, and the cold that came through the corridors near the outer walls was the specific kind that found gaps in clothing and made its point. Harry noticed none of this aesthetically. He noticed it tactically, altered acoustics in the courtyards, ice on the training ground that changed footwork requirements, reduced visibility from the upper windows that affected his sensory mapping of the grounds. He adjusted his morning runs accordingly and kept training. The training had evolved since September. The castle, once he understood its rhythms, offered extraordinary space for it, empty classrooms in the early hours, the seventh-floor corridor that occasionally manifested useful rooms, the grounds in the grey pre-dawn when no one else was out and the cold was sharp enough that his breath came out in visible bursts and his mutated body registered the temperature as information rather than discomfort. He ran and practiced footwork and worked through sign combinations and spent 40 minutes every other day on wandless workings, pushing the range and precision of what he could do without the holly wand in his hand. He could, by December, do most first and second-year spells wandlessly with full reliability. Several third-year charms, with concentration. The combined sign and charm techniques had expanded from the sealing application to 6 functional configurations that he and Hermione had documented in a notebook they kept in a locked box in the restricted section with Flitwick's permission. The locking charm was Hermione's, the rune-based secondary lock was Harry's, and the combination was, as Hermione had noted in the margin of the documentation, probably excessive for a school notebook and probably appropriate given the content. Hermione had given the project a name, Parallel Architecture. She had written a 12-page theoretical framework for it in November, which Harry had read twice and annotated extensively, and they'd had a 3-hour argument about the metaphysics of magical intent that had ended with Ron falling asleep in his chair and both of them simultaneously realizing they were hungry and going to find food. It was, Harry thought, one of the better evenings of his life to that point. The argument about magical intent had not been resolved. They'd tabled it for further research, which meant it appeared in both their notes at irregular intervals like an unfinished sentence. Quirrell had been quiet since Halloween. This bothered Harry more than activity would have. He'd observed the man for 2 months now, built a detailed read on his baseline, the specific frequency of the medallion's vibration in his presence, the pattern of the wrongness, the ways the host body moved when the thing inside was passive versus when it was paying attention. Since the moment in the corridor when it had looked back, the quality had changed. More controlled. Deliberately muted, the way someone turned down a signal they didn't want tracked. It was still there. Harry could still find it, pressing his senses past the suppression, catching the edges of it. But the active quality, the responsive awareness, was being very deliberately not expressed. He was being managed. He found this genuinely interesting rather than alarming, because it told him something specific. Whatever inhabited Quirrell was smart enough to know that Harry could track it, and had made the pragmatic decision to reduce the tracking rather than escalate. Which meant it was not ready for escalation. Which meant the attempt on the stone was not imminent. He wrote this assessment to Geralt in the second week of December and got a response that said, correct reading. A predator that goes quiet is not retreating, it's timing. Don't drop vigilance because the signal is reduced. The reduction is the new signal. He kept the letter folded inside his defense textbook, which felt increasingly appropriate as a location. Snape had not referenced their office conversation again directly, but something in the potions classroom had shifted in its equilibrium. The grades remained exacting, no favoritism, the points awarded or deducted with the same precision as before, but the questions had changed character. Snape now occasionally asked Harry questions that were not from the curriculum, questions with multiple valid answers depending on theoretical framework, questions that required the kind of thinking that alchemy and Witcher preparation had built in Harry rather than standard wizarding education. Harry answered them and Snape listened with the specific attention of someone who is checking their own hypotheses. Ron, watching this dynamic evolve, had developed a theory. He's using you to test his own ideas, Ron said one evening, with the confidence of someone who has brothers and therefore understands the many forms adult competition can take. He can't exactly run his advanced theories past the other professors because they'd have to admit they're interesting, and Snape admitting he finds something interesting to someone who might report it to Dumbledore that's a significant amount of inference from observation, Hermione said. I have 6 brothers, Ron said. I have a PhD in people not saying what they actually want. Harry looked at this from all sides. You're not wrong, he said. Ron looked satisfied. The point is, he continued, Snape is actually brilliant and has no one to be brilliant with because everyone is either terrified of him or politically complicated, and you walked into his classroom and immediately started talking about the theoretical foundations of his subject in a way he'd never heard before, so now he uses potions class to run his thesis by you. He's a professor, Hermione said. He has a thesis. Everyone has a thesis, Ron said. Even people who don't know they have one. Harry thought about this for a while and concluded Ron was essentially right, and stored the information under Snape, Motivations, revised and kept it there for whenever it became relevant. The mirror appeared on a Wednesday night in the second week of December. Harry had been awake at 2 in the morning, standard for him, the mutation-adjusted sleep cycle running shorter than average, 3 or 4 hours sufficient where others needed 7 or 8, and he'd been moving through the castle doing what he sometimes did when the corridors were empty, walking the full sensory map, updating his read of the building, noting changes. The third-floor corridor was its usual elevated pull on the medallion. Everything else was at its usual winter baseline. He found the mirror in an empty classroom on the 4th floor, which he'd checked 3 days ago and been empty. It had been moved here recently, the specific residue of Dumbledore's magical signature was fresh in the air around it, the deliberate placement of something by someone who had considered where to put it and decided here was away from where people usually went. He stood in the doorway and looked at it. It was 8 feet tall, ornate, the frame inscribed with a phrase that he had to look at sideways to parse, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit unwosi. He read it forward, reversed the reading, I show not your face but your heart's desire. An interesting piece of magic. He catalogued it, the specific construction, the enchantment type, the way it sat in the room and pulled at the ambient magic around it like a slow tide. It was old, significant, the kind of object that accumulated presence over years of being important to people. He could feel, at the edges of it, the residue of many interactions. Many different people having stood in front of it and wanted things. He crossed the room and stood before it. The first thing he saw was himself, which was expected. Then the reflection shifted, the enchantment engaging, and he watched it settle into whatever it believed was his heart's desire. What it showed him was simple. Himself, slightly older, and Geralt, at a table somewhere, not any table he recognized, just a table, with food and 2 tankards and no urgency anywhere in the room. No contract, no threat, no journey pending. Just 2 people at a table with nowhere they needed to be. Geralt was in the middle of saying something, and the reflection Harry was listening with his chin on his hand, and the quality of the light in the imagined room was the quality of afternoon, late and unhurried. Harry looked at this for a while. Then he turned around and left. He sat on the windowsill of an alcove in the next corridor and thought about what he'd seen with the specific attention he brought to things that were worth understanding. The mirror had been accurate, which was interesting. It wasn't showing him power or victory or the defeat of enemies, those things were not desires, they were tools. The desire was simple, time that didn't have a purpose. Being somewhere with Geralt where nothing needed to be accomplished. He'd spent his entire life on the road, in preparation, in training that was necessary and that he'd chosen and that had made him what he was. He had no regrets about it. He understood that the preparation was what kept him alive and what would keep him and the people around him alive when the coming things arrived. He didn't wish it hadn't happened. He just missed the simplicity of a fire and a good meal and someone who'd been there for all of it. He sat with this for a while and then filed it not as a weakness or a problem but as true information about himself, the way Geralt had always treated true information, as something useful, something to know about your own coordinates so that when you needed to navigate you knew where you were starting from. He wrote to Geralt the next morning. Not a coded letter, not an operational report. Just, there's a mirror here that shows you what you want. I thought you'd find the mechanism interesting. I did. And then, after a moment, I'm well. The castle is extraordinary. I think you'd find the library worth 3 days at minimum if you were ever inclined. He sent it with the crow and didn't wait for an answer, because some things you said and then let go. The end-of-term examinations were structured like everything at Hogwarts, formal, categorical, designed for a specific range of outcomes. Harry moved through them with the efficiency of someone for whom the curriculum was both familiar and slightly beside the point. He understood it, he'd understood most of it before arriving, and the challenge was less about demonstrating knowledge and more about demonstrating it in the format the institution expected. The Transfiguration practical was interesting. McGonagall had set an individual challenge for him separate from the class standard, a sixth-year complexity conversion that she'd apparently decided was the appropriate benchmark after the supplemental work he'd returned in October. He converted an iron ingot to a functioning clockwork mechanism, all moving parts, accurate to specification, maintaining structural integrity under examination, in 11 minutes. McGonagall picked it up and set it down and wrote something in her notes with the expression of someone updating a benchmark. Mr. Potter, she said, not looking up, I would like you to consider, over the holidays, whether a supervised independent study arrangement would be of interest to you for the spring term. What would it involve? You working through third and fourth year Transfiguration material at your own pace with periodic assessments. My time, once a fortnight. She set down her quill. This is not standard practice. I make an exception approximately once a decade. Harry thought about it for the time it deserved. Yes, he said. Thank you. Don't thank me. You'll find my assessments considerably less accommodating than the standard curriculum. The expression on her face was doing the thing it did when she was doing something she was secretly pleased about and was being professional about not showing. Off you go. Potions ended the term with Snape setting an examination that was, by general consensus among the first years, approximately 3 years too advanced. The room had the specific energy of a group of people staring at a question and doing the math on whether they'd misread it. Harry had not misread it. He worked through it methodically, cross-referencing the alchemical framework where the standard wizarding theory had gaps, and turned in 4 pages of dense annotated working. Snape had returned marks with the same expression he always wore during Mark's return, which was the expression of someone grading the world against a standard it perpetually fails to meet. He'd set Harry's parchment on his desk face down and said nothing, which Harry had learned to read as a specific kind of assessment. The grade would be fine, and the face down was about something Snape was still processing. He found out what it was 2 days later, when Snape stopped him in the corridor outside the library with the specific deliberateness of someone who has chosen a location away from classrooms and other professors. Your examination response, Snape said. The section on base interaction chemistry. Yes. The framework you used. It's not from any wizarding text. No. It's from an alchemical tradition that predates formal magical education. The underlying physics are compatible. Snape looked at him. Where did you encounter it? Geralt's library. There's a collection of pre-statute natural philosophy texts in the Winter Keep at Caer Morhen. Harry paused. I can write the title if you want. I have it. Do that, Snape said, and then turned and walked away with the same quality he always had in corridors, the quality of someone moving between one important thing and the next. Harry wrote the title that evening and pushed it under the potions office door, which felt oddly like leaving food out for something that might or might not take it, and which Ron, when informed of this analogy, said was the most accurate description of Snape he'd heard all term. Most of Gryffindor went home for Christmas. Harry stayed. He'd discussed it briefly with Geralt and the 3 broomsticks, who had a contract taking him north through December and suggested the castle would be more useful than travel for what Harry was working on. Harry had agreed without requiring much convincing. The castle empty of most of its students was a specific kind of extraordinary that he didn't want to miss, the building settling into a different register, quieter and more itself. Ron stayed too, which he said was because his mother had written about plans with relatives, but which Harry read as a choice Ron had made once he knew Harry wasn't leaving. He didn't say this. He noted it as another data point in his ongoing evidence that Ron Weasley was both more perceptive and more quietly generous than he usually allowed people to see. Hermione went home. She left Harry a book, an actual book, wrapped, with a note that said Chapter 7 specifically, tell me what you think about the sequencing argument. The book was a theoretical text on the history of wandless magical traditions, out of print, clearly sourced from somewhere secondhand with care. He added it to his reading stack and started chapter 7 that evening and was 2/3 through before he remembered to eat dinner. Christmas morning was quiet in the way that large spaces go quiet when they're not full, the great hall set for a small table rather than 4 long ones, the 5 or 6 remaining Gryffindors including Harry and Ron, the specific unhurried quality of a morning that had no schedule. There was food in ridiculous quantities. There were crackers that made noises and contained things that were either useful or absurd with no middle ground. Harry had received, in a package delivered by Geralt's crow that morning, a knife. Not metaphorically. A blade in a fitted leather sheath, the kind of blade that had been made for someone specific, the balance right for his hand, the edge quality exceptional, the grip worn to the right shape. It was one of his own training knives, one he'd been using for 2 years, which Geralt had apparently retrieved and had professionally finished. A note in the sheath, "You left this in the keep." Seemed appropriate. Ron looked at the knife with the expression he wore when reality was operating outside the range his upbringing had prepared him for. "You got a knife for Christmas." "I got my knife back," Harry said. "Geralt had it finished." "Right," Ron said. "My mum sent fudge." He offered some. "Obviously these are equivalent gifts." "The fudge is excellent," Harry said, eating some. Ron looked satisfied. He'd received, from his family, a package of things that each had the quality of chosen specifically, a book his mother knew he'd want, a chess set component from his father, something that looked like it was from the twins and was probably inadvisable, a long, slightly embarrassing letter that Ron read privately and folded away with an expression that did something soft and complicated before resetting to normal. Harry tracked this the way he tracked everything, without comment, with the same respect for privacy he'd want extended to himself. The castle was extraordinary with almost no one in it. Harry used the week with methodical appreciation, the library without competition for space, the corridors without navigation challenges, the training areas without schedule conflicts. He worked through Hermione's Chapter 7 argument in a theoretical text and wrote 6 pages of response in his notes and decided she was wrong about the sequencing argument but right about the underlying principle, which was going to make the conversation when she returned either frustrating or excellent depending on your perspective. Probably both. He found the mirror again on the second day of the holidays, but by a different route. The castle had shifted a corridor since his last visit, which it did occasionally in ways that suggested either active architecture or a very long-form sense of humor. He stood in the doorway and looked at it without approaching, the way you check in on something you've already assessed and found significant. The mirror looked back. He was about to turn away when Dumbledore's voice came from behind him, from a chair in the corner shadows that Harry had clocked when he entered and assessed as empty and was now reconsidering. "Back again, Harry." Harry turned. Dumbledore was sitting with what appeared to be a box of something that smelled like sweets, with the air of someone who had been sitting there expecting exactly this. His amber firelight felt arranged. "Sit," Dumbledore said, with the warmth that Harry had learned to hear as structural rather than incidental. "Let me explain what the mirror does." "I know what it does," Harry said. "The inscription tells you. And the nature of the enchantment is clear enough from the magical construction." He came into the room but didn't sit, standing at a comfortable angle that put the door in his peripheral vision and Dumbledore in direct view. "I know what it showed me." Dumbledore looked at him with genuine interest rather than performance. The twinkling was mostly off. "What did it show you?" "Something private," Harry said, without hostility. A moment of quiet. Dumbledore looked at him over the half-moon spectacles. "And you're not going to tell me?" "No. Because it's private." "Yes. Most students," Dumbledore stopped himself. "You are not most students." He turned the sweet box over in his hands. "The mirror is being moved," he said, more directly. "After the holidays. Somewhere safer." Harry looked at him. "Because students have been finding it?" "Because the mirror has a specific quality that makes it dangerous to people who sit before it too long." The old man's voice had shed some of its careful warmth. What was underneath was more honest, something that had been sad for a very long time and carried that sadness practically. Men have wasted away before it. Unable to tear themselves away. Because the desire it shows is more compelling than the life they're living, Harry said. Yes. That's a comprehensible problem, Harry said. If what you most want is something you can't have or haven't allowed yourself, the gap between the reflection and reality is, he paused. But knowing the gap is there is better than not knowing. The mirror at least tells you something true. Dumbledore looked at him steadily. What did you do after you saw it? Thought about what it meant, Harry said. Acknowledged it. Left. A long silence. The fire in the corner of the room did what fires did, and the mirror stood in the half-dark and Dumbledore looked at Harry with that expression that Harry had catalogued as grief and purpose in conflict, and tonight it was more visible than it usually was. Less managed. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said. Harry waited. The plan I made for you, Dumbledore said. The life I had arranged. It was, the correct plan for a specific child. A child who arrived here without knowledge of themselves, without preparation, and who could be guided into the specific understanding the prophecy required. He was quiet for a moment. It was not a kind plan. It was a functional plan. There is a difference. I know, Harry said. What Geralt gave you was better, Dumbledore said, simply. Not for the prophecy's purposes, the prophecy will be served either way, I believe. But for you, the person, not the prophesied, it was better. He looked at the mirror. I saw you with your friends, last week. In the corridor after the transfiguration marks were returned. You were, present. In the specific way that people who have been raised well learn to be present with people they trust. He paused. I did not expect to see that. I had anticipated someone more isolated. More, easier to guide, Harry said. Yes. Dumbledore said it without flinching. Easier to guide. Harry looked at him. The old man was watching the mirror now, not Harry, and his face was doing something unguarded and old and tired in the particular way of someone who is very good at what they do and knows the costs of that goodness. The stone is going to be moved, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes came back to him. After the holidays, or before the end of the year, Harry said. The protections will be enough to slow someone down. They're not enough to stop someone who has been planning this for months with specific knowledge of the building and the challenges. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Unless that's the point. Dumbledore was very still. The trapdoor on the third floor, Harry said. The challenges below it. They're not a vault. A vault is hidden and sealed. These challenges are, a gauntlet. Something designed to test specific qualities. Someone who got past each challenge would need to be clever enough, magically capable enough, Harry, Dumbledore said. You're not hiding the stone, Harry said. You're creating a situation where someone has to go through specific trials to reach it, and the trials reveal their character while doing so. The silence stretched into the kind of silence that Harry had learned, in Yennefer's company, meant he had said something that was true and that the other person had not expected him to see. I have been doing this for a very long time, Dumbledore said, finally. I sometimes forget that long practice in misdirection does not make the misdirection invisible to everyone. He sounded, not caught out, exactly, but adjusted. Updated. You are correct that the arrangement serves a dual purpose. And the dual purpose includes testing me, Harry said. Not only you. But including me. Dumbledore looked at him with the particular sadness of someone who would prefer not to be honest and is going to be anyway. Yes. Including you. Harry looked at the fire. He wasn't angry, anger was a response to surprise, and he wasn't surprised. He'd had the shape of this since the first week, the outline becoming more detailed as he gathered information, and this conversation was the last piece that confirmed the geometry. Then I'll go through your gauntlet when the time comes, Harry said. Not because you designed it for me. Because Quirrell is going to try for the stone, and when that happens I'll be in the building and I'll be in the way. He stood. And I'll be prepared. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. I believe you, he said. That's useful, Harry said. He went to the door, stopped. The mirror was at his back and he didn't look at it. Dumbledore. Yes. Whatever Quirrell is trying to do with the stone, the entity inside him. It already knows about me. It recognized me on Halloween. When the attempt comes, it's not going to be surprised by what I can do. He paused. But it's also not going to know everything I can do. I've been careful about that. Dumbledore's voice, when he responded, was quiet. What are you telling me? I'm telling you that I have resources that are not in your plan, Harry said. And I'm choosing to use them in service of the same outcome you want. That's not because the prophecy requires it. That's my choice, made freely, based on my own values. He looked at the old man over his shoulder. I want you to understand the difference. The old man nodded slowly. Something in his face had shifted, not relief, exactly, but close. The specific quality of someone realizing that the person they've been managing has been operating on better coordinates than they were given. I understand, Dumbledore said. I think, perhaps, I understand for the first time. Harry left, and the corridors of Hogwarts empty of everyone but him moved around him in the dark, and outside the snow was still falling, and the castle was all old stone and magic and the specific weight of centuries of people moving through it choosing things. He went back to the Gryffindor common room, where Ron was asleep in his chair with a chess problem half solved on the board in front of him, and he sat in his own chair and pulled out the theoretical text and went back to chapter 7, and the fire burned and outside the snow accumulated and the castle kept its counsel, and Harry Potter worked through the argument about magical sequencing until he understood both why Hermione was wrong and what she'd been seeing that led her to the wrong conclusion, which was actually more interesting than being right would have been. The spring term started with Hermione arriving back with 3 new books, opinions about 2 of them, and a look at Harry that said she'd been thinking all holiday and had things to discuss. They were in the library within 2 hours of her return. Chapter 7, she said immediately. You're wrong about the sequencing, Harry said, but you're right about the underlying mechanism, which means the model needs a different framework, not an adjustment to the current one. She stared at him. I've been arguing with myself about this for 2 weeks. What did you conclude? That I was right, she said. About the sequencing. You weren't. Show me. He pulled out his notes and for the next hour they dismantled and rebuilt the theoretical framework together, Hermione arguing with focused precision and shifting her position when the argument was good and not shifting it when she thought it wasn't, and the back and forth produced something better than either of them had started with. A revised model that accounted for both the sequencing dynamics and the underlying mechanism and actually predicted the sealing incident behavior more accurately than anything they'd had before. Hermione sat back and looked at the revised diagram. This is, she said, and then stopped and reconsidered her word choice, because she was specific about language. This is genuinely original work. We should keep documenting it, Harry said. Systematically. We should probably also tell Flitwick at some point, she said. When we have something complete enough to be worth his time, Harry said. She looked at him. You have high standards for what constitutes complete. So do you. Fair. She pulled the notebook toward her and began organizing the new framework in her particular system, color-coded and cross-referenced. Then, without looking up, I heard about Dumbledore. From Ron. About the mirror conversation. Harry had told Ron in broad strokes, not everything, not the private content of what the mirror showed, but the conversation with Dumbledore about the stone and the gauntlet. And? Harry said. And I want to help, she said, in her direct way. When it comes. The stone, Quirrell, whatever is going to happen in the spring. She looked up. I'm not asking to be kept out of it. Harry looked at her steadily. It could be dangerous. "I fought a troll," she said, with the tone of someone establishing a record. "Alone in a bathroom. In the first 2 months." She paused. "I know what I can and can't do. I know I'm not you, I haven't been through what you've been through, and I don't have your physical capability or your training. But I am very good at the things I'm good at, and some of those things are going to matter." Harry thought about Geralt's voice in the 3 broomsticks. "Keep them close. Not because you need them tactically. Because you're allowed to." "All right," he said. Hermione nodded once, efficiently, with the expression of someone who considered that settled. She went back to the notebook. "Now. The Igni framework. I've been thinking about what you said before the holidays, about fire as a fundamentally different medium. I think the issue is that we've been treating it as an expression type when it might be better modeled as a field condition, similar to, 'Show me what you mean,'" Harry said, and pulled his own notes toward him, and the afternoon moved around them in the library the way good afternoons did in places where serious work was happening, time going faster than it should and producing something worth the speed. Through the window above their table, the January sky was the flat gray of a day that wasn't going to offer much light, and the snow was still on the grounds below, and somewhere in the castle above them the mirror stood in whatever room Dumbledore had moved it to, showing anyone who stood before it the shape of their deepest wanting. Harry didn't need to look at it again. He knew what it had shown him, and he knew what it meant, and he had filed it in the right place, not as a loss but as a coordinate. A true north to navigate by when other things made the path less clear. For now, there was work to do and friends to do it with, and a spring coming that was going to ask him for everything he'd built. He was ready to give it. Chapter 6. The scent of dark magic. February moved through Hogwarts the way February always did, grudgingly, with the specific quality of a month that knew it was in between things and had decided to be difficult about it. The snow that December had put down with such conviction was now old and gray at the edges, the grounds caught between seasons, the sky the flat white of a ceiling that hadn't decided what to do yet. Harry was on the roof. Not the very top, the battlements on the east tower, accessible through a window on the 7th floor that the castle chose to make available on alternate days for reasons he'd never fully mapped. He came up here in the early mornings when the training run was done and the castle was between its nighttime silence and its daytime noise, and he sat with his back against the stone and let his senses run full range without the interference of 600 people generating magical output in every direction. The range of his perception from here was extraordinary. He could track the groundskeeper's movements near the edge of the forest, could smell the smoke from Hagrid's chimney and the specific herbal quality of whatever the man was cooking at this hour, could feel the deep pulse of the castle's structural magic running through the stone under his hands. He could find the 3rd floor corridor's elevated signature even from here, and beneath it the layered challenges, and beneath those, the stone. He couldn't see or smell the stone directly. He could detect the shadow it cast on the ambient magic, the slight warping of the field around it, the way very dense magical objects distorted the local energy distribution the way mass distorted light. He'd been monitoring this distortion since September, building a baseline, watching for changes. There was a change. Small, but specific, the distortion had shifted, the way a shadow shifts when the light source moves. Not the stone moving. The stone was where it had always been. But the thing monitoring the stone, the intelligence that had been staying quiet since Halloween, was closer. More focused. He'd felt it increase in January, and again in early February, and now it was different enough from his September baseline that he could no longer attribute it to seasonal variation in the castle's magic. Something was building toward a decision. He sat with this information in the cold February air for a while, watching his breath mist, and then he went downstairs and wrote a letter to Geralt. Not the crow, he needed speed, so he borrowed one of the school owls, a competent bird that he'd used twice before, and sent it with the message, "Situation is progressing. Timeline may be shorter than anticipated. Your assessment of escalation indicators would be useful." The owl was gone before breakfast. He found the Quidditch pitch before classes, which he sometimes did since Madame Hooch had given him an open invitation to practice in the early slots when the pitch was empty. He flew for 40 minutes, not drills, just flying, the broom responding to him with the specific ease of something that had learned to trust his weight, and thought about the shape of what was coming. The stone would be attempted before the end of the year. He was now confident of this. The thing in Quirrell had spent 8 months building toward a moment, and the building had a quality that he recognized from contracts, the particular energy of a plan that was approaching its execution phase. He landed and walked back across the frost-crisp grass and found Ron waiting at the edge of the pitch, hands in his robes, nose red from the cold, holding 2 pieces of toast from the great hall with the patient dedication of someone who has decided that providing breakfast was his contribution to the morning. "Saw you go out," Ron said, handing over the toast. Harry took it and ate it, and they walked back toward the castle in the companionable silence they'd developed, the kind that didn't require filling. "You're thinking about Quirrell again," Ron said. "Thinking about timing," Harry said. "Quirrell timing." "Yes." Ron ate his own toast. They went through the side door off the courtyard, the one that was warmer than the main entrance because it was near the kitchens and the heat came through the walls. "Hermione's in the library," Ron said. "She was there when I went for the toast, which means she was there before breakfast properly started, which means she either stayed late or got there very early." "Both probably," Harry said. "The parallel architecture thing? The Igni framework. We've been working on it for 3 weeks. Harry paused. "She had an idea last night before curfew and I think it might be right and I'd like to know if it is. Is it going to explode anything? The probability is low. That's not 0. "No," Harry agreed. Ron made a noise of resigned acceptance. "I'll bring more toast," he said. The Igni framework breakthrough happened on a Tuesday afternoon with the specific quality of sudden clarity that had been building for weeks before it arrived. Hermione had been right that fire was better modeled as a field condition than an expression type. But the breakthrough was about what that meant for containment. If Igni expressed a heat field rather than a directed flame, then combining it with a wizarding cooling charm didn't neutralize it, it created a temperature differential within the field, and the differential could be controlled. You could create contained thermal variations. Localized, precise, stable. The application that jumped out at Harry was diagnostic. The thermal differential was readable as a spatial map, heat and cool expressing the presence or absence of magical activity in a given area the way a temperature gradient expressed airflow. He could, potentially, create an Igni field and use the thermal map to detect concealed magical objects or wards. "You're describing a scanner," Hermione said. "Roughly. Harry, that's not a first-year application. That's not a Hogwarts application. That's applied magical theory at a level that I haven't even seen in the 6th or 7th year texts. It's an application of 2 existing techniques to a new purpose," Harry said. "The techniques themselves aren't new. But the framework connecting them is," she said. She was writing very fast. "The combination is original." She stopped writing and looked at him. "Can you do it right now?" He held out his hand, palm up. Activated the Igni field at minimum, a warmth rather than heat, controlled, and simultaneously brought up a basic cooling charm in an overlapping field. The interaction produced exactly the effect he'd hypothesized, a thermal map of the immediate area, readable through the temperature gradient that his enhanced senses could detect across the range of the field. He could feel the desk between them as a neutral zone. The books on the desk were warmer, the paper retaining ambient heat. Hermione's wand in her pocket was a small concentrated warmth, the magical core of it generating a faint signature. The ward on the restricted section entrance 30 feet away was colder than the ambient temperature of the room, an active magical working that absorbed thermal energy. He told her what he was reading. She turned to look at the restricted section entrance, then back at him. "The ward, you can feel the ward from here." "Yes." "Cold signature, specific shape. Rectangular, about 8 feet by 4, centered on the entrance." She went to the entrance, walked the exact dimensions Harry had described, came back. "That's accurate," she said. That's exactly the ward." Harry released both fields. The scan had taken about 30 seconds and left him slightly more tired than a single technique would. The combined working was more energy intensive than either component, which was a practical limitation to factor into deployment planning. "We need to document this properly," Hermione said, already opening the locked notebook. "Full theoretical basis, the field interaction mechanism, the diagnostic application, the energy cost implications, limitations section is important," Harry said. "Range, duration, interference from dense magical environments." "I'll draft it tonight," she said. "You check my technical language." "Your technical language is always accurate." "It's always precise," she said. "Accurate and precise are different." "You check it." Harry looked at her. "All right," he said. She was already writing, and the afternoon moved on around them, and Harry sat with the new technique running at the edge of his awareness and thought about the third floor and what a thermal scan at close range might tell him about the configuration of the challenges below the trapdoor. He was going to need that information. The first Quidditch match of the spring, Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff, happened on a Saturday in late February, and Harry was playing in it. Madame Hooch had made the formal offer in January, after 3 months of early morning practice sessions, with the specific look of someone who had been deciding something for a while and had decided it. "Seeker," she'd said. "The starting position is yours if you want it." He'd said yes because the flying was genuinely engaging and because Ron had nearly fallen out of his chair when Harry mentioned the possibility, and that response had been enjoyable to witness. The match itself was the first time Harry had competed in anything with an audience, and the audience was an adjustment, not for nerves. He didn't get performance nerves, but for the sensory environment, the noise of the stands creating a layer of interference that he had to compensate for, the sound of the broom and the wind and the other players requiring deliberate filtering from the crowd noise to stay clearly tracked. He found the snitch 14 minutes in. It was near the Hufflepuff goalposts, hovering at the edge of his peripheral vision, doing the specific semi-stationary oscillation that snitches did when they hadn't yet committed to a direction. He was on the opposite side of the pitch. The Hufflepuff seeker, a fourth-year named Summerby, competent, faster than the Gryffindor seeker from last term, was closer to it and hadn't seen it yet. Harry put the broom over and accelerated. The geometry was straightforward, diagonal line to the snitch's predicted position, accounting for its likely movement when it detected pursuit, cutting the angle rather than following the arc. He could feel the pitch tilt under him as he pulled the broom up and forward, and the crowd noise changed character, individual voices still unresolvable in the mass but the mass itself shifting, the specific frequency change of several hundred people realizing simultaneously that something was happening. Summerby saw the snitch 2 seconds after Harry was already committed to the intercept. He moved, technically good read, accelerating correctly, but he'd lost the initial seconds and Harry had the angle, and when the snitch jinked left, Harry had already adjusted, and when it tried to go vertical, his hand closed around it at 50 feet with the combined spatial precision of mutated proprioception and 3 months of pitch practice. The Gryffindor stands made a sound like something had detonated. Harry opened his hand and looked at the snitch, which struggled and then went still in his palm, and thought that the mechanism of it, the tiny gyroscopic wings, the magical targeting, the specific encoding of captured that activated when properly held, was genuinely interesting. He'd have to look into the construction later. He landed to find Ron and Hermione had made it to the pitch edge despite neither of them being normally fast in crowds, Ron with the expression of someone who had watched their favorite thing happen and was still processing it, and Hermione with her scarf in her hand because apparently it had been in her way. 14 minutes, Ron said. The angle on the intercept was the question, Harry said. I wasn't certain until I saw the oscillation pattern. 14 minutes, Ron said again, apparently still processing. You caught it left-handed, Hermione said. Was that deliberate or, the right angle put me on the left side of the approach, Harry said. It was the better hand for the position. She was writing in the small notebook she kept in her robe pocket, the one that wasn't the parallel architecture documentation but the personal observation one she'd started in September that Harry had noticed and not commented on the grounds that he kept his own notes and found it reasonable. Enhanced proprioception applied to three-dimensional tracking, she murmured, writing. Hermione, Ron said. He just won us the match. I know, she said. That's what I'm documenting. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. She's documenting your Quidditch match, Ron said. She documents everything, Harry said. I find it reassuring. Hermione looked up from her notebook with an expression of dignified vindication, and they walked back to the castle in the noise of the post-match, and it was one of those afternoons that became a specific memory, the kind that gets stored complete rather than in fragments. Snape stopped Harry in the corridor outside the library on a Wednesday in March. Not the usual Snape corridor stop, not the one adjacent to professional interest, the one where he was going to reference a text or continue a potions argument. This one had a different quality. His expression was controlled in the specific way that it was controlled when he was managing something he found important. My office, Snape said. After dinner. Harry went. The office had its usual quality, precise, layered, the smell of everything that had been brewed here over years creating a permanent background note that Harry found, at this point, almost comfortable through familiarity. Snape was at his desk, and he didn't offer Harry a chair this time. He sat forward and looked at him directly and said, Quirrell went to the 3rd floor last night. Harry went still. He got through the trapdoor. No. He approached the corridor and went back. The tracer compound was positive, he was testing the threshold, reading the challenges from above. Snape's voice was precise and stripped of everything non-essential. He's preparing. Yes, Harry said. He has been for weeks. I've been tracking the shift in the stone's distortion field, whatever is inside Quirrell is close to making its move. Snape looked at him sharply. You can detect the stone's field. From a distance. The thermal scan technique I developed gives better resolution at close range. He paused. I'd like to do a full scan of the 3rd floor before he makes the attempt. If I know the exact configuration of the challenges, I can move through them faster. Snape's expression was doing several things quickly. You're planning to go down there. When he goes, yes. You are 11 years old. Almost 12, Harry said. And I've been through considerably more dangerous situations than a set of academic challenges. He looked at Snape steadily. I'm not planning to blunder into it. I'm planning to be prepared. That's the difference. Snape was quiet. In the quiet, Harry could see him doing the calculation that Harry had seen him do several times over the course of the year, the one that weighed what he thought against what his institutional role required and what his personal judgment indicated and produced a specific result that never quite fit neatly into any of the 3 inputs. Dumbledore, Snape started. I spoke to Dumbledore in December, Harry said. He knows I know. He knows I'm going to be there. He paused. He's not happy about it. He's also out of options, because the alternative is letting Quirrell reach the stone, and whatever is in Quirrell is going to use it to come back. Snape looked at him with an expression that Harry read, for the first time, as something that had dropped the last of its performance, no professional armor, no careful management, just a man looking at a boy who had access to information he shouldn't have and had done something intelligent with it. You know what Quirrell is carrying, Snape said. A soul fragment, Harry said. The same consciousness that left a fragment in my scar when the killing curse rebounded. The entity who killed my parents. Silence. I've known since before I arrived here, Harry said. Yennefer confirmed the nature of the scar fragment when I was 9. Once I identified the same signature in Quirrell, the connection was straightforward. Snape was very still. The expression on his face had gone somewhere very quiet and very deep, the specific stillness of a man encountering the full dimensions of something he'd been seeing only parts of. Harry watched it happen and didn't rush it. The plan, Snape said finally. Whoever built the challenges under the trapdoor. You know their structure. The broad strokes, Harry said. I can see the magical signatures from above. I'd know more with a close-range scan. Snape looked at him for a long moment. Then he opened a drawer and put a folded piece of parchment on the desk between them. The configuration of the challenges, he said. In order. The professors involved and the relevant magical principles for navigating each one. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone paying a bill they've been deciding about for months. This is information I should not give you. I know, Harry said. If you go down there and something goes wrong, I know, Harry said again. Do not, Snape stopped. Something moved across his face that was not anger and not grief and was possibly both, the thing Harry had been slowly building a red on all year, the specific quality of a man who had lost something enormous and permanently and carried it as a governing principle. Do not do anything irreversible before you've exhausted the reversible options. Harry looked at him. That's Geralt's rule too, he said. Almost word for word. Something in Snape's expression shifted, very slightly, in a direction Harry couldn't fully read. He picked up the parchment. 7 challenges, Snape said. Fluffy is Hagrid's, he responds to music. The Devil's Snare is Professor Sprout's. The winged keys are Flitwick's. The chess set is McGonagall's. The troll is already incapacitated, you're doing, effectively, since the Halloween troll was the same one moved below. The potions logic puzzle is mine. A pause. And the final challenge is Dumbledore's. A mirror. Harry looked at the parchment. The mirror of Amidst. Move to the final chamber, Snape confirmed. After Christmas. Harry thought about the mirror, about what it had shown him, about what Dumbledore had said in the empty classroom, about the specific construction of the stone's protection that he'd described to Dumbledore as a gauntlet. Now he saw the full geometry of it, the mirror as the final test, the specific enchantment that made it impossible for someone seeking the stone for their own gain to reach it. The stone is inside the mirror, he said. Snape looked at him. The enchantment, whoever seeks the stone to use it will see themselves using it, which means they'll see the stone being used rather than actually obtaining it. But someone who wants it without intending to use it, will see themselves finding it, Snape said. And in seeing, will find it. Yes. He paused. That is Dumbledore's design. Harry folded the parchment and put it in his jacket. Thank you, he said. Snape looked at his desk. When it happens, he said, in the tone of someone committing to something they've been deliberating, I will be monitoring. I will know when the trapdoor is accessed. How long would it take you to reach the final chamber? 20 minutes through the challenges, minimum, assuming no complications. I can be faster than that. I know, Snape said. That is the only reason I'm telling you this instead of physically preventing you from going anywhere near the 3rd floor. He looked at Harry. I will be behind you. As backup. Not because Dumbledore asked you to. Because I choose to, Snape said flatly. Harry nodded. This was exactly what he'd wanted from this conversation when he'd walked in, not oversight, not management, but an informed ally with specific capabilities operating in parallel. Snape knew the challenges, was monitoring Quirrell, had potions resources and combat magic training that would matter in a worst-case scenario. One more thing, Harry said. The potion challenge, yours. What about it? The color logic puzzle. The bottles. Snape looked at him with the expression of someone who already knew what was coming. I can smell the difference between the forward potion and the back potion, Harry said. The forward potion, its strengthening solution derivative. It has a specific iron mineral note that the others don't. The back potion has the Wiggenweld base. He paused. Your challenge is designed to stop someone who can't apply logical reasoning in a high-stress situation. It will not stop me. Snape was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, no. I don't suppose it will. I wanted you to know I wasn't going to pretend otherwise, Harry said. Something shifted in Snape's expression, something that moved through several quick stages and settled in a place that was complicated and private and that Harry didn't try to read beyond the surface. Potter, Snape said. Professor. Be careful. Harry picked up his bag. I'm always careful, he said. I'm just not cautious. There's a difference. He went to the door and paused, because something that had been at the edge of his awareness through the whole conversation wanted to be said, and he thought about Geralt's version of discretion, which was not silence but appropriate precision, and said, whatever you owed my father, or didn't, or whatever existed between you and my mother. He kept his voice level and his back to the room. It's not relevant to anything I need from you. You've been useful this year because you're good at what you do and you're looking at the actual problem instead of a version of it you find comfortable. That's all I'm asking from you. The silence behind him had a specific quality. Get out of my office, Potter, Snape said. The voice was doing the same thing it had done in September, when he'd given points after the first potions lesson. The bill being paid. The thing that was not warmth but was its consistent neighbor. Harry went. March became April with the specific escalation that Harry had been watching for. Quirrell's signature elevated again, not the dramatic spike of someone about to act, but the steady climb of something building toward a threshold. He approached the third-floor corridor twice more that Harry detected, pulling back both times, the pattern of someone finalizing a timeline rather than testing capability. Whatever he was waiting for, he was close to done waiting. Harry updated the map in his notebook with the new information and then called a specific conversation with Ron and Hermione on a Sunday evening, the fire down low and the common room mostly empty, the specific privacy of a late hour in a warm room. I want to tell you both the full shape of what I think is going to happen, Harry said. Not the outline, the complete picture. Because when it moves, it's going to move fast, and I don't want either of you making decisions without the whole picture. They listened. He told them everything: Quirrell, the soul fragment, the stone's configuration, the challenges below the trapdoor, Snape's involvement, the conversation with Dumbledore. He told it in the order that made the most sense structurally, the way Geralt had taught him to brief, lead with the threat, then the terrain, then the available resources, then the decision points. When he finished, the fire had burned down further and outside the windows the April night was clear and cold. Ron was quiet for a moment. So Quirrell has been, all year, there's been an actual Dark Lord living in his head. Fragment of one, Harry said. The main body is somewhere else, somewhere reduced and damaged. This fragment is what's directing the attempt on the stone. If it reaches the stone, it can use it to restore the main body. And the piece in your scar, Hermione said, with the careful precision she gave to things she found alarming and was determined not to show she found alarming. That's the same consciousness. Same source, yes. And it recognized you. Halloween. When I looked directly at Quirrell. She was quiet for a moment. Harry. If both fragments can communicate, I don't think they do, Harry said. The soul fragments don't appear to have coordinated behavior. Yennefer's theory is that the fragmentation process damages each piece's capacity for that kind of connection. They each operate independently with their own limited purpose. He paused. But the one in Quirrell knows what I am. It's a factor. What does it know about you specifically? Ron asked. That I can track it. That I have Witcher mutations. That I'm not what it expected when it looked through Quirrell's eyes at an 11-year-old. Harry looked at the dying fire. It's afraid of me. The room was quiet for a moment with the specific quality of quiet that follows a statement that is true and significant. That's good. Ron said, with the tone of someone checking. It means it won't want to engage directly if it can avoid it, Harry said. It would rather get to the stone and reconstitute before confronting me. Which means the attempt is going to be fast and as quiet as possible. He looked at them both. When it moves, I'll go through the challenges. I want you both to come as far as the chess set, Hermione, you know the devil's snare handling, and Ron, McGonagall's chess set is the kind of thing that requires someone who actually plays. Ron straightened slightly. A real chess game? Against McGonagall's pieces? A game that has to be won under time pressure, probably in a hostile magical environment. Ron's expression had moved from careful attention to something that was recognizably, unabashedly, completely in. "I can do that," he said. "I know," Harry said. "And after the chess set?" Hermione asked. "After the chess set, I go alone," Harry said. "The potion challenge and the mirror, those are single-person navigation. And the final confrontation," he paused. "That's mine." Hermione looked at him steadily. "If you need us, I know where you'll be," Harry said. She nodded once, the way she nodded when something was decided and she had accepted the decision and was moving immediately to what the decision required. She pulled out her notebook. "Then we should prepare," she said. "Devil's Snare, the light charm needs to be at sustained output, not a single pulse, for continuous effect. We should practice that." She looked at Ron. "And you should be playing chess every available minute between now and whenever this happens." "I play chess every available minute anyway," Ron said. "With Harry," she said. "Someone who will make you work for it." Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. "She's right," Harry said. "You're both terrifying," Ron said, without complaint. He pulled the chess board toward him. "White or black?" "Black," Harry said. "Of course black," Ron muttered, setting up the pieces. They played until curfew, and Hermione revised her light charm while they played, and the fire burned down to embers and the castle settled into its night register around them, old and deep and patient, carrying them through the spring toward whatever was coming. Outside the windows the stars were very clear, the kind of clarity that only came after cold, and the grounds below were silver with moonlight, and somewhere beneath their feet the stone sat in its mirror and the challenges waited in their darkness and the year moved toward its conclusion with the specific inevitability of something that had been building since a rainy October night a decade ago. Harry made his move. Ron looked at the board. Looked at Harry. Looked back at the board. "You're not actually going to?" "Yes," Harry said. "That's diabolical," Ron said admiringly, and began to think. Chapter 7, 3 Trials. It happened on a Thursday in May. Harry knew before anyone told him. He woke at 3 in the morning with the medallion vibrating against his sternum, not the sustained low hum of general magical presence, not the sharp spike of immediate threat, but something between them, a frequency he'd never felt from it before. New information. He lay still for a moment, cataloging it, and then his senses found Quirrell's signature in the building and it was wrong in a way that was wrong in a new direction. The suppression was gone. For 8 months Quirrell had been managing his signature down, keeping the interactive wrongness muted, the thing inside him passive. What Harry was reading now was the full unmasked output of something that had stopped pretending. The signature was moving, not toward his dormitory, not toward Gryffindor Tower. Toward the 3rd floor. Harry was out of bed and dressed in 40 seconds. He put the knife in its sheath at his belt and his wand in his hand and moved through the dormitory without waking anyone, which was not difficult with his particular quality of movement. In the corridor outside he paused, oriented, confirmed the direction of Quirrell's signature, 3rd floor, east, already at the corridor. He sent his Patronus ahead. Not the full corporeal kind yet. He'd been working on it but the fully formed version was inconsistent, requiring emotional conditions that he couldn't always manufacture on demand. What he could reliably produce was the messenger variant, a semi-formed projection, enough to carry intent. He directed it toward Snape's quarters in the dungeon. The message was simple, now. 3rd floor. Then he moved. The castle at 3 in the morning was extraordinary. Empty of everyone, the torches burning low and orange, the portraits asleep in their frames, the ones who kept night watch were elsewhere. His footsteps made nothing on the stone. He went up 2 floors and through the corridor and the 3rd floor was ahead of him, the medallion loud now, and the door to the forbidden corridor was open. Fluffy's room. The smell hit him before he reached the door, the enormous, damp, animal smell of something that weighed approximately the same as a small house, combined with the specific soporific quality of enchanted sleep. He went through the door and found the 3-headed dog unconscious, all 3 heads down, enormous paws spread, and between them the trapdoor, open. He crouched and looked down. A hole going deep, the sound of something moving far below, the smell of vegetation and damp soil. He dropped through. The fall was longer than expected, he tucked and rolled on impact, the ground soft, the room dark. He came up already moving and his eyes adjusted with the Witcher speed that still caught him slightly off guard when he stopped thinking about it, the low-light vision activating and turning the darkness into something navigable. Devil's Snare. All around him, filling the room from floor to ceiling, the plant's tendrils already reacting to his presence and heat, reaching. He'd done his research. Devil's Snare responded to light and heat, but more than that it responded to fear, the specific chemical signal of stress in a mammalian body, which it read as food. His body chemistry after the trial was different enough from standard human that the plant's read on him was confused. It reached and touched and seemed uncertain. He activated Igni at full output, not the controlled therapeutic heat of the diagnostic technique but the actual fire-adjacent expression, and the room flooded with light and heat and the plant recoiled with a sound like something very large being personally offended. He was through the next passage in 30 seconds. The key room was large, vaulted, the ceiling invisible in the dark above, and 10,000 winged keys moved through it in the specific swarm pattern of an enchantment designed to be chaotic. He could see the broom, one broom, left for the challenge's navigator. The door at the far end had a lock that would take a specific key and he needed to find it. He didn't take the broom. He stood in the center of the room and let his senses extend into the swarm, building a read on it. The keys were individually enchanted but they were part of a collective system. The charm's construction Flitwick had built would have a specific organizational logic, because Flitwick's magic always had organizational logic even when it appeared random. He was reading the swarm's movement patterns, looking for the anomaly, the key that moved differently from the others, the one with a slightly different magical signature because it was the active key, the one keyed to the specific lock. There. Upper left quadrant, moving in a larger orbit than its neighbors, with a brightness slightly different, a bent wing, he could see it now, which was why it moved differently. Damaged and therefore distinguishable. He activated ARD at precise minimum, directed at the specific path of the key's orbit rather than the key itself. He wanted to deflect its path, not send it across the room. The controlled push altered the key's trajectory, bringing it lower. He reached up and closed his hand around it on the next pass. The lock accepted it. The door opened. The chess room was everything McGonagall's magic usually was, monumental and serious and completely committed to itself. The pieces were the size of real horses and real men, the board a full 30 feet across, the ceiling a vaulted black above. The white pieces stood in formation, waiting. But something was wrong. The black side of the board was not in its starting configuration. Several pieces had been moved, a pawn advanced, a knight displaced. The board had been played already, and recently, the positions still fresh. Quirrell had come through here. Had played enough to get the black side to a passable position and then moved on. Harry stood at the edge of the board and assessed the position. The white pieces were arrayed in a mid-game configuration that responded to the black moves Quirrell had made. The game had a specific quality, the white side was not playing defensively, it was playing to win, which meant the challenge was not just to achieve checkmate but to achieve it while the white side was actively trying to destroy your pieces. He looked at the board for 45 seconds, mapping lines, and then he moved to the black queen's square and said, to the piece that occupied it, "I'll take your position." The queen moved aside. Harry stepped onto the square. He played from the inside. This was not standard practice. Normally a navigator moved pieces from the edge, the challenge assumed that. Playing from inside the board meant he was both player and piece, which gave him information that a player at the edge didn't have, the specific quality of attention from the white pieces, the weight of the enchantment pressing against him, the angle of each piece's threat in a way that was physical as well as strategic. He gave himself 40 seconds per move. The white pieces moved with the smooth inevitability of something that had been enchanted to play at a specific level of competence, strong, but not extraordinary, the kind of chess that a very good player with full information could beat. The problem was full information. Playing from inside the board meant his view of the full layout was limited. He had to hold the complete position in his head and update it with each exchange. He lost 3 pieces. This was, in context, good. The white side was trying to clear the path to his king, which was the black king standing at the back of the board in its starting position, and each piece Harry sacrificed was sacrificed deliberately, drawing the white attack into a structure that looked like a developing advantage for white and was actually a closing trap. 11 moves. On the 11th move the white king had no legal moves and its queen was pinned by a bishop. Harry had been moving toward this position since move 6. The white pieces went still, frozen, the enchantment satisfied. The far door opened. He stepped off the queen's square and kept moving, the board shrinking behind him, and he noted with clinical interest that his hands were completely steady and his breathing was normal, and the only physical marker of sustained intense focus was a faint warmth in his chest from the chess queen square still faintly vibrating against his senses. The troll room was empty, the troll incapacitated as Snape had said, already knocked unconscious, probably by Quirrell on his way through, the body enormous and still and smelling of something that had been sleeping for hours. Harry stepped around it and reached the next door. Snape's room. 6 bottles on a table, a note on the wall, a fire blocking the door ahead and a fire blocking the door behind. He was in both directions from where he needed to be, and the fires were real, not enchanted constructs, actual magical flame. The heat was immediate and pressing. He read the note in 12 seconds. It confirmed what he already knew. The puzzle was logic, forward or back, different bottles for different directions, several neutral and 1 poison. The iron mineral note from the forward potion was clear even in the heat of the room, even with the fire creating interference. He picked up the smallest bottle, the forward potion, Snape's strengthening solution derivative, exactly as he'd identified in Snape's office, and drank it without sitting down. Cold moved through him, a specific rushing cold that was the opposite of the room's heat, the kind of cold that prepared rather than numbed. He looked at the fire ahead and walked through it. The heat didn't touch him. Not completely, he felt it at the edges of his awareness, the ambient warmth of the magical flames, but the potion created a specific temporary refractory quality in his magical field that the fire's enchantment read as non-target. He was through in 3 steps. The final room was quiet in the way that rooms are quiet when something has just been happening in them. The mirror of Amidst stood at the far end, enormous, its frame catching the light from torches on the walls. And in front of the mirror, Quirrell. Not moving, not searching. Standing before the mirror with his eyes wide and his body rigid with the specific tension of someone who has found what they were looking for and cannot reach it. Harry stepped into the room. Quirrell turned. The face was Quirrell's and was not Quirrell's. The performance of the stuttering professor was completely absent, that had been discarded somewhere in the passage below, left behind with the garlic and the careful construction of someone who was pretending to be small. What looked out of Quirrell's eyes now was old and focused and cold in the specific way of things that had survived by making themselves necessary to their own continuation. Harry Potter, it said. Quirrell's voice but not Quirrell's cadence. Something longer and more measured in the rhythms, the specific speech pattern of something that had been thinking in different units of time for a very long while. We meet properly at last. Harry stopped in the center of the room, 20 feet from the mirror, 15 feet from Quirrell, and looked at him. The medallion was vibrating at a frequency that felt like sound rather than sensation, a resonance he hadn't encountered before. The scar on his forehead was warm, not painful, not yet, but active, the fragment inside it responding to proximity with the specific reactivity of 2 pieces of the same thing recognizing each other's presence. You've been patient, Harry said. I have been many things over a very long time, Quirrell said. Patient is among the simplest. Those eyes moved over Harry with an assessment that was comprehensive and unhurried. You are not what I expected. No, Harry said. I know. A Witcher's child. Modified in ways that should not be possible for one so young. A pause. I can feel the fragment in your scar from here. It knows me. The voice carried something that might have been dark satisfaction, or might have been something else, something more complicated that Harry filed away. "Does it trouble you? Carrying a piece of me?" "No," Harry said. "It's quiet." The mutations gave it less to work with. Something in Quirrell's expression shifted. "The grasses," he said. "You survived them." "Yes. At 7 years old." Another pause. "That is, I confess I had not anticipated that particular development." The eyes were doing something that Harry read as genuine recalibration, which was interesting and which he was going to think about more when he wasn't standing 20 feet from a possessed professor. Geralt of Rivia. I have encountered that name in certain old texts. A remarkable individual. He is, Harry said. He raised you to be what you are. The assessment came with something that was close to consideration. What you are is dangerous. To me, specifically. The mutations interact with the fragment in ways that I had not fully mapped. A slight pause. Had you not been what you are, I might have reached the stone 2 months ago. The fragment was not quiet. Not passive. It was aware of you from the first week of term, and what it read was sufficient to delay this attempt significantly. I know, Harry said. You went quiet. After Halloween. You were tracking me. Not a question. All term. Quirrell, the thing in Quirrell, looked at him with an expression that contained layers Harry was reading with real attention. There was the calculation, always the calculation, but underneath it was something that a lesser read might have called respect, and that Harry categorized more precisely as the specific interest of something encountering a peer-level obstacle for the first time in recent memory. You could step aside, it said. You have no particular obligation to this school's property. The stone's destruction would serve your own interests. The fragment in your scar is connected to the fragment in Quirrell, and the reconstitution the stone enables would make the main body stronger, Harry said. And the main body's first priority would be the prophecy, which puts me in the same position I'd be in anyway, but against something more capable. He paused. That's not a good trade. The prophecy. Something moved through Quirrell's expression. The voice was still measured, still the cadence of something old and patient, but that movement was something Harry flagged. You know the full wording. Enough of it, Harry said. It doesn't particularly interest me. I'm not here because of the prophecy. I'm here because you're going to try to take something that will make things worse for the people I've decided are worth protecting. A Witcher's logic, the thing said. Personal contracts rather than grand designs. It works, Harry said. It does, it agreed. Which is part of what makes you, it stopped. You cannot allow me to reach the stone. No. And you believe you can prevent it. Yes, Harry said, without performance, without aggression. Just the clean truth of someone who has assessed the situation and knows where they stand. Quirrell moved. Not the slow, shuffling movement Harry had been watching for months. The host body was being operated at its full capacity now, quick and direct, and there was magic in the movement, a curse coming with the motion, a dark working that had speed and specificity and was aimed with the precision of something that had been killing things for decades. Harry moved left and brought art up simultaneously, the sign activating in the same motion as the sidestep, and the curse hit the art field and deflected into the wall with a crack that took out a section of stone. The room reverberated. Harry kept moving. He'd learned in the first Witcher bouts that staying still after a dodge was how you got hit by the follow-up. Quirrell turned with him, faster than a normal man, another curse already forming, and Harry recognized this one. He'd read about it, a Confringo variant, blasting focus, and he went inside it rather than away from it, the combat geometry collapsing the distance instead of increasing it, and brought his elbow up into Quirrell's arm to break the line of the curse. It went wide and hit the floor, and the stone cracked and the whole room shuddered. Too close for conventional magic. Quirrell knew this, the thing inside him knew this, and shifted to physical, which was unexpected from a man Quirrell's size and build, except that the physical capability was not Quirrell's anymore. Harry blocked the first strike, redirected the second, and drove a palm strike into the center of Quirrell's chest that had 3 months of Witcher body mechanics training behind it and the enhanced force of mutated musculature. Quirrell went back 2 steps. That was all, 2 steps, which meant the constitution of the host body was being augmented, the dark entity lending physical resilience that no normal man's body had. Harry felt it happen the moment his palm connected. The contact with Quirrell was wrong in a way that was immediate and physical and impossible to describe in any neutral language. It felt like touching something that was burning at a frequency below heat, a wrongness that was the specific signature of dark magic in direct contact with whatever the trial had made him. The medallion spiked. The scar spiked. And then, underneath those 2 inputs, a third, the fragment in his scar reacted to proximity with the fragment in Quirrell, and the reaction was violent, a tearing quality, like 2 magnets being forced together at the same pole. He stepped back. His palm was red. Quirrell looked at his own chest where Harry had struck. The fabric was burned. They looked at each other across the space. "Your touch," the thing said. "The mutations, there is something in your blood that is corrosive. To me specifically." "I didn't know that," Harry said truthfully. "A useful discovery," it said, and its voice had shifted. The measured patience was still there, but the tone was different, not the tone of something that had found an obstacle, but something closer to the tone of something that had found a genuine problem. The calculation behind Quirrell's eyes was moving faster. "The stone," it said. "You cannot use it. You would not use it. The mirror's enchantment is predicated on desire, and whatever the mirror shows you, it does not show you the stone in use." "No," Harry said. "Then you can reach it. Take it from the mirror. And Quirrell cannot, while you are in this room, and while your touch is what it is." The voice was utterly controlled. "A tactical impasse." "Not quite," Harry said. He walked to the mirror. The thing in Quirrell watched him move and did not immediately attack, and Harry read the reason. It was calculating whether letting him reach the mirror served its purposes. Harry reaching the stone to prevent its use was better than Harry fighting and the stone remaining unreachable. A partial victory, stone out of play, no reconstitution, but also no destruction. It was the best outcome available to it in this room. Harry stood before the mirror. His reflection looked back at him, and for a moment he saw what he'd seen in December, the table, the 2 figures, the unhurried afternoon light. And then the enchantment shifted, reading his deeper intent, the layer below the image, and what it showed him was simpler even than that, himself, standing here, the stone in his hand, and behind him the door, and through the door the challenges, and through the challenges the stairs, and at the top of the stairs the castle, and in the castle, everyone. The warmth in his pocket was immediate. He reached in. The stone was small and red and warm in his palm, the same weight as the knife in its sheath, a comfortable weight for something this significant. He closed his fingers around it and turned around. Quirrell looked at his closed hand. "Give it to me." "No," Harry said. "You cannot use it. You cannot destroy it, you don't have the capability." "I know," Harry said. "But I can keep it from you." The attack that came was different from the first 2, not a targeted curse, not combat magic, but something that went directly for the scar. He felt it hit the fragment like a key in a lock, trying to activate the connection between the 2 pieces of the same soul, trying to use the fragment as a lever. If it could access the fragment, it could access Harry, use him as a channel the way it was using Quirrell. The fragment responded. He felt it move inside him, felt the pull of it toward the presence on the other side of the room, the 2 pieces of a broken thing trying to rejoin. And he held it. This was not something he'd been trained to do explicitly, but it was built from everything the training had built, the breath control, the meditation practice, the specific interior architecture that the trial had restructured. He felt the fragment pulling and he didn't fight the pull. Fighting it would have been the wrong response. The fragment was stronger than a direct contest. Instead he did what Geralt had taught him to do with an opponent that was stronger than you in a direct line. He moved with the pull and redirected it. The fragment's pull toward the external fragment was real and he let it feel real, let it run in the direction it wanted to go, and then he channeled the energy of it into the combined sign and charm framework he'd been developing all year, Erden, the trap sigil, expressed internally rather than on the floor. The Erden structure was designed to trap and hold. He applied it to the fragment itself, used the fragment's own movement energy to lock it inside the Erden field. The fragment stopped moving. Quirrell, who had been advancing, stopped. Harry's head ached with the specific deep pain of something that had been very intense and was now resolving. His hand around the stone was steady. His breathing was even. "That's not possible," the thing said. "I didn't know it was," Harry said. "Until just now." The tactical calculation behind Quirrell's eyes ran through its available options in the way that Harry could now read, the specific quality of intelligence that Geralt had described as the moment a predator knows it's lost the initiative. What came next would be desperate. Desperate things were predictable in their desperation. The full-body assault came, Quirrell closing the distance with everything the host body and the dark entity could provide simultaneously, a physical rush combined with a curse combined with another attempt on the scar fragment, all three at the same time. The strategy of something that has decided to force a resolution regardless of cost. Harry stepped inside the rush and made contact. Both hands. Full contact with Quirrell's face and neck, not a strike, a hold, the grip of someone who had decided to make the contact permanent for as long as necessary. The burning was immediate and total. Not his burning, Quirrell's. The corrosive quality of his blood, his mutated constitution, the specific incompatibility between what the trial had made him and what the dark entity was expressing through Quirrell's body, expressed at full intensity through sustained direct contact. Quirrell's cry was Quirrell's, not the entity's, the man underneath, the host who had somewhere in the past year been overwritten by something that treated him as a vehicle and had done what vehicles are done to when they are used up. Harry held on. He held on through the burning in his own hands, which was real and building. The contact was damaging him too, the dark magic in Quirrell's skin interacting with his own modified constitution in a way that wasn't clean. He held on through the scar going from warm to hot to a deep specific pain that was the fragment responding to the proximity of its source at point-blank range. He held on because releasing would mean the attack resumed and the stone in his other hand would be taken and everything built toward this moment would be reversed. He held on until he felt Quirrell's body begin to fail. Not his doing, not the corrosive quality, the entity leaving its vessel, the dark thing evacuating the host it had exhausted, the connection between fragment and host breaking as the entity chose survival over the stone over everything, retreating from the specific incompatibility of Harry's touch into the only available exit. Quirrell collapsed. The entity went out of him like air out of a torn bellows. Harry felt it pass through the room, a cold specific wind, the presence that had been pressing on his senses all year suddenly everywhere and nowhere, and it passed through him too, through the scar, and the scar burned white and he held on to the stone and did not let go. And then it was gone. The room was silent. Quirrell was on the floor, breathing, barely, his face slack and damaged and stripped of everything that had been directing it for 8 months. Just a man on a stone floor. A man who had made choices that led here, Harry thought, and some of those choices had been his own and some of them had been made for him and it was impossible from this vantage to know the proportion. Harry stood in the center of the room and breathed and let his senses run the full sweep. The entity's presence was gone from the building. Completely gone, the signature that had pressed on him since September, absent now with the specific completeness of something that had not just left but been dispersed. The third floor above him was silent. He opened his hand and looked at the stone. Red, small, warm, the most important object in the building for the past 8 months and now simply an object in his hand, waiting to be put somewhere appropriate. He was sitting on the floor next to Quirrell, not a decision he remembered making, just found himself there, and the backs of his hands were red and blistered in a pattern that matched exactly where Quirrell's skin had been beneath his palms. His scar ached in the deep specific way of something that had been severely stressed and was going to require time and quiet and probably Yennefer's specific attention to fully stabilize. He heard, from above, footsteps on the stairs. The pattern of them he recognized without needing to think about it. Snape came through the door at full speed, wand up, eyes moving across the room in the professional sweep that Harry recognized as trained combat assessment. He took in Quirrell on the floor, Harry sitting next to him, and the specific tableau of the aftermath, and his wand hand lowered by a degree. Potter. It's done, Harry said. Snape crossed the room in several swift strides and crouched next to Quirrell, his hand at the man's neck, his expression doing the specific medical assessment that Harry recognized from the Witcher tradition of checking whether someone was alive and how alive they were. Breathing, Snape said. Barely. He looked at Harry's hands. At the blistering. At the scar. Contact damage, Harry said. My blood chemistry and dark magic at that proximity. I knew it would happen. You knew it would. Snape stopped. Closed his mouth. Something in his expression did the thing it did when he was containing a response that would not be useful. The stone. Harry opened his hand. Snape looked at it. For a moment his face was entirely unguarded, not any single emotion, but the specific combination of relief and exhaustion and something older and more private that came to the surface when a thing you have been working toward for a very long time is finally, actually over. Dumbledore needs to know, Harry said. He already knows, Snape said. He's on his way. He looked at Harry again, the clinical assessment moving over him with the focus of someone who is checking whether a person is injured and is trying not to show how much they care about the answer. You held the fragment. Yes. With the earthen structure. Used the fragment's own pull to lock it, Harry said. I didn't plan it. It was available in the moment. Snape was quiet for a short time. That technique, he said. What you did, the fragment is now what? Still in the scar. Yes. But contained. It can't pull toward external sources anymore, the earthen lock is still in place. He paused. Yennefer needs to look at it. Properly. I'll write to her tonight. And you are otherwise, tired, Harry said. And my hands hurt. Snape reached into his robes and produced a small vial of something that Harry identified by smell before seeing the label, Dittany derivative, wound treatment. Snape set it on the floor next to him and said, with complete neutrality, for the blistering. Harry picked it up. Thank you. Don't thank me. Snape stood. Don't tell anyone I helped you. I already told Ron and Hermione, Harry said. In March. Snape looked at him. Everything, Harry said. Your involvement, the tracer compound, this conversation. They know. You, Snape stopped. Started again. His voice was the stripped-down professional voice with something underneath it that was not professional but was present. You trusted them with that. Yes, Harry said. They've earned it. He looked up at Snape from the floor. So have you. The silence that followed had the quality of silence in rooms where large things have just been said by people who do not say large things casually. Get off my floor, Potter, Snape said. Harry got up. His hands protested. He opened the Dittany vial and applied it to the blistering, which was effective and immediate and made the specific smell of healing magic bloom in the room's cold air. Above them, from the direction of the trapdoor and the challenges, he heard another set of footsteps. These ones he recognized too, deeper and more deliberate and carrying the specific quality of a very large amount of magical presence moving through a space. Dumbledore. Harry looked at the stone in his palm. Looked at Quirrell on the floor. Looked at Snape standing in the mirror room with the expression of someone who has arrived at the end of a very long thing and doesn't yet know what the end means. Then he looked at the mirror. His reflection looked back at him, and the enchantment, still active, still reading, showed him nothing he hadn't seen before. The same table. The same two figures. The same unhurried afternoon light. He put the stone in his pocket. Dumbledore came through the door. Chapter 8, The White Wolf's Son. Harry spent 3 days in the hospital wing. Not because he was incapacitated, he was ambulatory within hours, his accelerated healing doing what the trial had built it to do, the blistering on his hands resolving through the first night into pink new skin that was sensitive and functional. The scar was the problem. Madame Pomfrey, who had examined it with the specific focused alarm of someone finding something she had no framework for, had ultimately sent for Dumbledore, who had looked at the earthen lock Harry had built inside his own scar with an expression of complete and genuine astonishment and then very carefully said nothing about it, because there was nothing useful to say. The scar ached. Not the surface wound, beneath it, the fragment locked inside the earthen structure pressing against its containment the way something presses against a door it cannot open. Not painful, exactly. Present. A constant low awareness of the thing held there, like a sound at the edge of hearing. He could manage it. He would manage it. Hermione came on the first morning, immediately, before breakfast, while the other beds in the hospital wing were empty and Madame Pomfrey was in her office. She sat in the chair beside his bed and looked at his hands and at his face and at the scar, and her expression did several things in quick succession before settling into the focused attention she gave to situations she had decided to handle well. "Tell me," she said. He told her. The full account, everything from the trapdoor to Quirrell's collapse to Snape arriving to Dumbledore coming through the door. She listened without interrupting, which was unusual for her, which meant she was parsing things in real time and had decided the interruptions could wait. When he finished she was quiet for a moment. "The entity is gone," she said. "Dispersed from Quirrell, yes. The main body is somewhere else, reduced, damaged, without the stone now. It's not gone completely." He paused. "But it's in worse shape than it was before Halloween. And the fragment in your scar?" "Locked," he said. "Yennefer will look at it properly when she arrives." Hermione looked at the scar with the expression she gave to problems that were both solved and not solved, the expression of someone who understood the difference between managing a situation and resolving it. "Harry," she said. "When you held Quirrell, I knew it would damage my hands," Harry said. "I know. That's not what I was going to say." She looked at him steadily. "Were you afraid? At any point?" He thought about it honestly. The scar pulling toward the external fragment was the most uncertain moment. "I didn't know if the earthen lock would work." "But were you afraid?" He considered. "No," he said. "Not afraid. There were moments of uncertainty. Those are different things." She looked at him for a moment longer. "I've been thinking about the difference between those two things for 3 days," she said. "Since Ron came to tell me what happened." She paused. "I was afraid. When Ron told me. After." "That's reasonable," Harry said. "It felt very unreasonable at the time," she said. "I've read everything there is to read about facing fear and none of it felt applicable in the moment." "It usually doesn't," Harry said. "Fear doesn't feel like a concept. It feels like a body response." "How do you manage it?" "The body response. You breathe," Harry said. "You narrow your focus to the next action. You don't ask the fear to be smaller, you just don't let it have the steering." Hermione looked at this from several angles. "That's very Geralt," she said. "He's been saying it since I was 4, Harry said. It took until I was 9 before I really understood what he meant." She nodded slowly. Then, because she was Hermione and there was a limited amount of time she could sit with something unresolved, the parallel architecture documentation. "The earthen internal application, we should add it. What you did with the fragment is a new configuration, we've never documented a sign used as an internal structural, Hermione," Harry said. "Right," she said. "Sorry. Later." "Later," he agreed. She reached into her bag and put a book on his bedside table. "Chapter 3, she said. "It's about restoration magic. I thought it might be relevant to the scar situation." She stood. "Ron is coming at 10. He's bringing food from the kitchens because he doesn't trust the hospital wing food, which is fair." "Tell him thank you," Harry said. Tell him yourself, she said. He'll be here in an hour. She left, and the hospital wing was quiet around him, and Harry picked up the book. Ron arrived with a cloth-wrapped package that smelled like the best parts of breakfast, and sat in the chair with the ease of someone who had decided sitting in hospital wing chairs was a normal activity and had adjusted accordingly. He put the food on the bedside table and looked at Harry with an expression that was doing several things and then said, "You brilliant, absolutely mental person." "Hello, Ron," Harry said. "Quirrell just, Pomfrey says he's going to be all right eventually. In a limited sense. He'll need significant." She was very vague about the medical details, but the point is he didn't die. "The entity left before the contact damage was fatal," Harry said. "It preserved the host body as a potential future resource." Ron absorbed this. "It might come back. Possibly. In a different vessel, different approach. But not soon. Not without the stone. Not in its current condition." Harry looked at the ceiling of the hospital wing. "It'll need years to recover enough to try again. And next time we'll see it coming." Ron said, with a specific quality. Harry said. Ron looked at him for a moment and then nodded, with the decisive quality he had when something was settled and he was moving on from it. "The chess," he said. "McGonagall's chess set. 11 moves. You'd have done it in 8, Harry said. 9, Ron said. I wouldn't have seen the bishop trap until move 8. The diagonal from the queen's side was, how did you see it from inside the board? I held the full position in my head, Harry said. Spatial memory. The mutations help with that kind of three-dimensional modeling. Ron looked at him with the expression he sometimes had when Harry described his own capabilities in technical language, not odd, which Harry appreciated, but genuinely curious, the curiosity of someone who finds the mechanism interesting rather than just the result. Can you teach me to hold the full chess position in my head? Not the mutation part, Harry said. But the visualization technique, yes. There's a meditation practice that builds it. It's how Geralt taught me to hold terrain maps before a contract. Terrain maps, Ron said. In chess terms. The principle is the same, Harry said. Ron unwrapped the food, which was toast and something wrapped in paper that smelled like egg and herbs, and distributed it with his standard generous efficiency. They ate for a while in comfortable quiet. Outside the windows of the hospital wing the May morning was doing what May mornings did in Scotland, genuinely beautiful for about 40 minutes before the cloud arrived, and the grounds below were green in the specific way that green got after a long grey winter. Hermione's already talking about documenting the internal sign application, Ron said. I know, Harry said. She's also already started a research bibliography for the scar fragment situation, Ron said. She had 8 sources by last night. She told me chapter 3 of one of them. Ron ate his toast. She was, when I went to tell her, after you'd gone down through the trapdoor and I'd gone to McGonagall as planned. He paused, holding his toast and not eating it. She was very calm. She was completely calm and she organized everything. She told me exactly what to tell McGonagall and in what order, and she was, correct, and useful, and completely in control. He paused. And then after McGonagall went to find Dumbledore and it was just us in the common room waiting, she was, not any of those things, for about 20 minutes. I know, Harry said. She told me. Good, Ron said, and the word was simple and complete and contained something that was specifically Ron, the directness of a person who'd grown up in a family where care was expressed practically and expected the same in return. He stopped. We're both, he stopped again. Made a gesture that was probably meant to complete the sentence but didn't require completion. I know, Harry said, for the 3rd time. They ate in the morning light and didn't say anything else about it because it had been said. Dumbledore came on the 2nd day. Not the official visit, that had happened on the first night, formal and brief, with Dumbledore producing the stone from his robes and placing it on the bedside table and saying, quietly, that arrangements would be made for its destruction, Which Harry had said was the correct decision and which Dumbledore had acknowledged with the specific quality he developed in their conversations of hearing Harry say something correct and adjusting himself accordingly. This visit was different. No performance of authority, no careful management. He sat in the chair beside Harry's bed and looked older than he usually allowed himself to look, the vast magical presence of him present but quiet, not deployed. "How is the fragment?" he said. "Stable," Harry said. "The earthen lock is holding. It's not passive, it presses against the structure. But it's contained. Can you maintain it?" "Until Yennefer can look at it properly," Harry said. "She has experience with soul fragment theory. She's been developing a removal methodology for 2 years." He paused. "It might be possible to remove it cleanly. It might not be. Either way, I'd rather know what I'm working with than manage it blind indefinitely." Dumbledore was quiet. His hands were folded in his lap and he was looking at them with an expression that Harry had not seen from him before, not the twinkling, not the warm careful performance, not even the honest sadness of the mirror room in December. Something more stripped. The face of a man who has been doing something for a very long time and has arrived somewhere he didn't expect. "I owe you more than an apology," Dumbledore said. "You owe me an honest account," Harry said. "Of the full prophecy. Of everything you know about the fragment in my scar and what you expected the endgame to require." He kept his voice level, not accusatory, because he wasn't angry, he was asking for information he needed from someone who had it. "I've been working with partial information all year. I managed. But going forward, I'd like the complete picture." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "The full prophecy," he said, "states that neither can live while the other survives. That the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." He paused. I have believed for 10 years, that this required your death. That the fragment in your scar was a Horcrux, a piece of his soul anchored to you, and that destroying it would require destroying you with it." The hospital wing was very quiet. "You planned for me to die," Harry said. "I planned for the possibility that it might be necessary," Dumbledore said. "And I built the plan around a child who did not know, who could not know, so that when the moment came, he stopped. The earthen lock changes the calculation. If the fragment can be contained and eventually removed without destroying the host, then," he stopped again. "I don't yet know what it changes. But it changes something fundamental." Harry looked at him. Not with anger, because anger was a luxury he didn't have time for, but with the complete attention of someone processing information that had large implications. "The other Horcruxes," he said. "There are more." Dumbledore's expression moved with genuine surprise before settling. "You know about Horcruxes?" "Yennefer's research. She identified the soul fragment theory independently 2 years ago, and the creation methodology suggested multiple fragmentation was possible." He paused. "The diary Malfoy's father has been talking about in the circles Yennefer monitors. The ring in the Gaunt family ruin. Possibly others." The silence stretched into the specific territory of 2 people who have each been doing the same research and are discovering they know the same things. "Yes," Dumbledore said, finally. "There are others. I have been investigating." Slowly. He looked at Harry with the expression that Harry had come to identify as the one that appeared when Dumbledore was making the specific decision to be honest rather than strategic. "I would benefit from Yennefer's methodology." "I'll arrange an introduction," Harry said. "She doesn't give her time easily, but she takes genuine research seriously." "And you?" Dumbledore said. "What do you want, Harry?" "Not from the prophecy. Not in terms of preparation or strategy. What do you want?" It was the right question. Harry had known it was coming, had been sitting with it since December, since the mirror, since the 3 broomsticks in November with Geralt across the table and the specific warmth of a fire and 2 people with nowhere they needed to be. "To finish what's in front of me," Harry said. "The Horcruxes, the fragment in my scar, the reconstitution attempt when it comes. Those are real problems that require real solutions, and I'll be part of solving them because they affect people I've decided to protect. He paused. On my terms. Not because the prophecy has written a role for me. Because I've looked at the situation and made a choice. And after? Dumbledore said. After is after, Harry said. I'll figure it out when I get there. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Something in his face had found a quality that Harry thought, with the read he'd built over a year's careful observation, was close to peace. Not the performed peace of someone managing their expression, the actual thing, the quality of a man who has been carrying something for a very long time and has found a way to set part of it down. Geralt of Rivia, Dumbledore said, made better choices than I did. In the rain outside a ruined house, with no information and no plan, he made a better choice than I had made with 10 years of preparation. He usually does, Harry said. Dumbledore stood. At the door he paused. Harry had come to recognize this as a Dumbledore thing, the pause at doors, the afterthought that was never actually an afterthought. The Sorting Hat told me, Dumbledore said, after placing you in Gryffindor. It said, this one is ready. Not will be ready, already is. He looked at Harry over his shoulder. I didn't fully understand what it meant until last night. He left, and the hospital wing was quiet, and Harry lay back and looked at the ceiling and felt the fragment pressing against the earthen lock and pressed back, steady, and after a while he stopped pressing because he didn't need to. The lock held on its own. He was released on the third day, which was a Saturday, and the May morning that greeted him outside the hospital wing doors was the kind that Scotland occasionally produced as an apology for February, warm, genuinely warm, the sky a clean blue, the grounds below the castle bright green and the lake like a piece of the sky fallen flat. McGonagall was waiting in the corridor. She fell into step beside him without preamble, which was McGonagall's way of conducting conversations she'd decided to have. She didn't ask if you had a moment, she had the moment and included you in it. The independent study arrangement for next year, she said. I want to expand the scope. To what? 3rd through 5th year transfiguration, with selected 6th year applications as your pace warrants. She kept walking, her eyes forward, the tone of someone discussing curriculum logistics. Additionally, I have spoken with Professor Flitwick, who wants a similar arrangement for charms. And Professor Snape, she paused for a fraction of a second. Has indicated he would be willing to provide advanced potions supervision on an individual basis. Harry absorbed this. All 3 of them. You present a specific educational challenge, McGonagall said, with the tone of someone who found challenges professionally satisfying. The standard curriculum is insufficient. The choice is between doing nothing, which I find unacceptable, or constructing something appropriate. She glanced at him. I prefer to do things appropriately. So do I, Harry said. Good. She stopped at the corridor junction, indicating she was heading in the other direction. Rest this weekend. Properly. Madame Pomfrey was very specific on that point and I am delivering her message with full institutional backing. She paused. You did well, Mr. Potter. More than well. She said it the way she gave points, because the work was done and done correctly and there were no grounds to deny it, but with a quality underneath it that was the real thing, warm and specific and not for the record. She walked away before he could respond, which was also McGonagall's way. He went down through the castle toward the grounds, the late morning light coming through the windows at angles that made the stone corridors look amber and old, and the portraits watched him as he passed and 2 of them said things that he didn't catch and didn't need to. The castle felt different today, not quieter exactly. It was the end of term week and the noise of students who had survived examinations and the events of Thursday night moving through its corridors was significant. It felt settled. Like a large old thing that had come through something and recognized the having come through it. He went out onto the grounds. Gerald was sitting on the low wall at the edge of the courtyard. Not waiting, not performing arrival. Sitting the way he sat on walls and markets and at the edges of camps and in corners of inns, with the quality of someone who had been there for a while and was prepared to be there for a while more, the back-to-stone posture and the amber eyes doing the sweep of the space and finding Harry as soon as he came through the door with the same quality they always found him. Harry stopped. He wasn't surprised. He'd sent a crow 2 days ago with the brief account, and Geralt had replied that he'd be at the school by Saturday. He'd known this was coming. But knowing a thing and encountering it were, as he'd noted in many contexts, different things. He walked across the courtyard and sat on the wall beside Geralt with the specific ease of someone returning to a position they've occupied 10,000 times. The sun was warm. Below the courtyard the ground stretched out to the lake, and the light on the water was the broken silver kind that happened at midday in May. "Your hands," Geralt said. "New skin," Harry said. "Fully functional. Slight sensitivity for another week or so." He held them out briefly, turned them over. The blistering was gone, pink replaced by the normal coloring already, the accelerated healing completing its work. "Didn't he worked well?" Geralt looked at them for a moment. Then at Harry's face. Then at the scar on his forehead, which was slightly more visible than usual, the skin around it faintly marked from 3 nights of the fragment pressing against the earthen lock in its rhythmic dissatisfied way. "The lock is holding?" Geralt said. "Yes. Yennefer will look at it properly when she arrives. She's coming in June. She was already planning to come." Geralt was quiet for a moment. "When I got your first letter in September, about Quirrell, the Category 3 assessment." "Yes. I wasn't sure you had enough information yet," Geralt said. "I told you to keep observing." "Which was correct," Harry said. "I know. I'm telling you that at the time, the part of me that was not thinking tactically wanted to come immediately." Harry looked at the lake. "I know," he said. "I didn't," Geralt said. "Because you had it. And coming immediately would have been, about you, not about me," Harry said. A pause. "Yes," Geralt said. "About me." This was, as far as Harry knew, the most directly Geralt had ever said that particular thing. He sat with it the way you sit with something significant, not immediately, giving it its proper weight, the way the man himself had taught him things were worth their proper weight. "The mirror," Harry said. "There's a mirror here, enchanted to show you your heart's desire." "I read your letter," Geralt said. "What it showed you?" "The table," Harry said. "2 people. Nowhere to be." "Yes. The table in the reflection wasn't anywhere I recognized," Harry said. "It wasn't Kaer Morhen or any camp we've had. Just a table. A hypothetical table," Geralt said. "A table that doesn't exist yet," Harry said. Geralt looked at the lake. Harry looked at the lake. The castle was behind them, enormous and old and patient, and somewhere behind its walls the year was wrapping itself up, examinations and point totals and the specific end-of-year energy of a school preparing to send its students home, and none of that was immediately relevant to the 2 people sitting on the wall in the May sun. "You held a soul fragment inside your own scar using a sign," Geralt said. "Burden. Internal application. It was, available in the moment. You developed the combined sign charm technique in 3 weeks and used it to pin a 12-foot troll's weapon to a ceiling. Hermione leglocked the troll while I had its attention," Harry said. "She deserves equal credit. You played McGonagall's chess set to checkmate from inside the board. 11 moves. Ron could have done it in 9. Geralt looked at him. The amber eyes were doing something that had no tactical application, that was not the professional sweep or the combat read or the situational assessment. It was the look that Harry had been being read by his whole life and had never quite found the language for, not approval, though that was in it, not relief, though that was in it too. Something that had been building for 11 years and had arrived here, in a May courtyard, in the form of a man sitting on a wall looking at a boy who had come through something enormous and was sitting beside him eating the spring sunshine. "You did well," Geralt said. "Geralt. You did well," he said again. "That's all." Harry looked at the lake. Something in his chest that had been carrying a specific quality of tension since September, not anxiety, nothing that focused, but the ambient weight of a long sustained effort, let go by a small degree. Not all of it. The fragment in the scar would need Yennefer. The Horcruxes were real and still existing, and Dumbledore was building towards something that Harry was going to be part of on his own terms. The reconstitution attempt would come again, better prepared, more dangerous for having been delayed once. None of that was over. But this part was over. This specific year, this specific set of things, this introduction to the world that had been waiting for him, it had happened, and he'd been what Geralt had spent 11 years making him capable of being, and the results were what they were. The school is extraordinary, Harry said. The magic here, the depth of it. There's centuries of accumulated working in these walls, and I've been reading it all year like a library I didn't know I was allowed into. Good, Geralt said. The professors are, some of them are exceptional. McGonagall is exceptional. Snape is, he paused. Snape is something I don't have full language for yet. Brilliant and damaged, and choosing things in ways that I think are costing him more than he lets on. He paused. He gave me a vial of Dittany after the confrontation. Said not to tell anyone. But you're telling me, Geralt said. I tell you everything, Harry said. He knows that. Geralt made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was the sound adjacent to it, the closest he got in situations that warranted it without quite clearing the bar. And the friends, he said. Ron figured out the chess set parallel before I'd fully articulated it, Harry said. He's going to be extraordinary at strategic magic when he gets proper training. The spatial intuition is there, it's just been channeled into chess because chess is what his environment provided. He paused. I want to find him better resources for that. I can arrange something for next summer, Geralt said. Lambert has been talking about taking a student. He'd never admit he means it. Lambert would terrify Ron initially. Lambert terrifies everyone initially. He improved. Harry thought about this. And Hermione has been documenting the parallel architecture work all year. The theoretical framework she's developed, the underlying principles are her contribution as much as mine. She keeps saying they're not, she's wrong. He looked at the wall between them. She said she wanted to meet you. I know, Geralt said. I read your letters. All of them. All of them, Geralt confirmed. Harry thought about all the letters, the encoded operational ones, the research update ones, the one about Chapter 7 that wasn't really about Chapter 7, the one about the mirror that was specifically about the mirror and nothing else. You wrote back to all of them, Harry said. Yes. Even the short ones. Especially the short ones, Geralt said. They sat in the sun. Below them a group of third years crossed the lower courtyard, making the noise of people who had just finished an examination and were processing it loudly. A pair of owls moved across the blue sky above the lake in the specific unhurried way of owls that were between assignments. Somewhere in the castle someone was playing music, not one of the enchanted instruments, actual music, the kind that came from a person having decided that today warranted it. The summer, Harry said. If you're not contracted north. I have 2 weeks in the north, Geralt said. After that, open. Kaer Morhen. If you want. Harry looked at the lake. I want, he said. Geralt nodded once. This was, Harry thought, probably what the mirror had been trying to show him all along, not a specific table in a specific room but exactly this. The specific quality of sitting beside someone and not needing anything to be different. He hadn't understood it fully at 6, had understood it better at 9, understood it completely now, that the thing Geralt had given him wasn't the training, though the training had saved his life multiple times in the past year. Wasn't the mutations, though the mutations had made everything possible. Wasn't even the books or the road or the extraordinary education of moving through the world at the side of someone who read everything with precision and clarity. It was this. The sitting on the wall. The being there when it mattered. The reading all the letters, especially the short ones. Roach was in the stables, which Harry had confirmed from Hagrid, who had greeted her arrival with the enormous enthusiasm he brought to all large animals and who Roach had apparently decided was acceptable, which was high praise from a horse who had opinions. Harry was going to go see her after this. She'd been in Scotland since November and was probably irritated about it, though Hagrid had clearly been giving her exceptional treatment. "Geralt," Harry said. "Yes. The prophecy, Dumbledore told me the full wording. The neither can live while the other survives." He said it plainly, not dramatizing it, because it didn't require drama to be significant. He believed for 10 years that it required my death. Geralt was quiet. "The Erdenlock changes the calculation," Harry said. "The fragment might be removable. If it is, the prophecy condition might be satisfiable without, the way he assumed it would be satisfied. And if it isn't removable," Geralt said. "Then we'll find another way," Harry said. "There's always another way. You taught me that." "I taught you to look for other ways," Geralt said. "I also taught you that sometimes there isn't one." "Yes," Harry said. "But I taught myself to find them anyway." He paused. "You taught me that too, actually. By example." The quiet between them had its usual quality, not empty, not uncomfortable, the quality of two people who had spent 11 years developing a fluency in each other's silences. Geralt looked at the lake. Harry looked at the lake. The May afternoon moved around them with the unhurried generosity of weather that had decided to be on your side today. "The school year ends in 3 weeks, Harry said. "Examinations, closing feast, the train." "I'll be here for the train," Geralt said. Harry looked at him. "You don't need to, I'll be here for the train," Geralt said again, in the tone that ended that particular line of conversation with complete finality. Harry looked at the lake. "All right," he said. The castle's clock tower began its midday count, the deep resonant sound of it moving out across the grounds and the lake, 12 slow beats that the sound of the school and the birds and the water absorbed without difficulty. Harry counted them without thinking about it, the habit of timing, the always knowing the hour that the road had built into him. "I'm going to go see Roach," Harry said when the last bell faded. "She knows you're here," Geralt said. "She's been difficult since this morning." "How do you know she's been difficult since this morning?" "Hagrid sent a note," Geralt said, and from somewhere in his coat produced a small piece of parchment in enormous handwriting that said, essentially, that the white horse had stopped eating her breakfast and was standing at the stable door in a pointed manner and had nipped someone. Harry stood up from the wall. The sun was warm on his face and the air smelled like cut grass and the lake and old stone, and somewhere in the stables approximately 150 meters away, a horse that had been in Scotland since November and knew he was on the grounds. "Coming?" Harry said. Geralt stood up from the wall. He moved the way he always moved, like the world was terrain to be read and navigated, and they walked across the courtyard together in the May sun, the castle enormous at their backs, 11 years of road and preparation and hard-made capability walking in a specific kind of ease. Roach heard them before they reached the stable door, and the sound she made was pointed and immediate, not the soft sounds of a horse greeting someone, more like the vocalization of something that has been waiting for an unreasonable amount of time and intends to register this. Harry opened the stable door and she pushed her nose against his chest immediately with the force of something making a point. "Hello," Harry said, and put his hand flat against her neck the way she liked, and she made the sound of something that had been inconvenienced and was deciding to overlook it, which was as close as Roach got to warmth. Geralt leaned against the stable door with his arms folded and watched. "She's fine," Harry said. "I know," Geralt said. "She just wanted to see for herself." "I know," Geralt said again. Harry looked at Roach and Roach looked at him with her dark eyes, and the stable smelled like horse and hay and the specific warmth of a large animal in an enclosed space. And outside the stable the castle was going about its end-of-year business, and somewhere in it Ron was probably playing chess and Hermione was probably already planning the summer's research, and Snape was in his office doing whatever Snape did on Saturday afternoons that weren't potions related, and McGonagall had gone back to doing things properly, and Dumbledore was sitting with the weight of large things and working out what the new calculations meant. And Harry Potter stood in a Scottish stable in the May sun with his hand on a horse's neck and his father leaning against the doorframe watching, and the scar on his forehead pressed against its lock, and he pressed back, automatic, steady, and everything that was over and everything that was coming. He was ready for both. The end-of-year feast happened on a Tuesday, the great hall loud with the specific relieved happiness of 500 people who had survived examinations, and Gryffindor won the House Cup, and Dumbledore made the announcement with something genuine under the performance of it, a warmth that wasn't twinkling, looking at the Gryffindor table and specifically at a point on the table where Harry was sitting between Ron and Hermione, and Harry met his eyes and nodded once, and Dumbledore nodded back. The train left on Thursday. Gerald was on the platform, not visibly, which was his preference, positioned on the upper walkway above the crowd with the sightlines of someone who had chosen observation over participation and was present in the way that mattered without performing presence. Harry could find him immediately, the way he could always find him in any space, the specific read of a person he'd been tracking since before he could articulate what tracking meant. He found Ron and Hermione in a compartment, and they made the same arrangement as September, the three of them, except that September had been first meeting and this was something different, the arrangement of people who had come through a year together and knew what that meant. Ron had a new chess set his father had sent, the pieces already arguing with each other in the understated way of pieces that haven't settled yet. Hermione had 3 books and a parallel architecture notebook and was already writing something in the margin of the first page that she would tell him about in approximately 4 minutes. The train moved. Harry watched the platform go, the crowd of families, the owls and cats and the general noise of an institution releasing its students into summer, and in the upper walkway the white-haired figure moved with the platform's recession and then stopped, because the platform ended and the train didn't. And the last thing Harry saw before the station disappeared was Geralt standing at the end of the platform with his hands in his coat pockets and the amber eyes doing what they always did when they were tracking something that mattered. Harry lifted 2 fingers. The smallest possible acknowledgement. Geralt did the same. Then the station was gone and the countryside was moving past the window, London giving way to the north, the specific geography of England unfolding at train speed, and Harry leaned back in his seat and let his senses run the ambient sweep of the compartment out of habit, catalogued it, found it exactly what it should be, and let the sweep relax. Ron was examining his chess pieces with professional attention. Hermione looked up from her margin note. Chapter 12, she said. The restoration methodology. I think Yennefer's approach is correct, but the sequencing she describes in the theoretical summary doesn't match the practical application methodology in the appendix. There's a gap. Show me, Harry said. She held out the notebook. He read where she was pointing, the margin note and the 2 passages in question, and she was right, there was a gap, a step in the practical method that the theoretical summary skipped over, and the skip created a problem in the application that Yennefer had probably solved in practice without formalizing in the text. I'll ask her when we see her in June, Harry said. Good. She made a note. Also, I want to start on the next parallel architecture chapter. The Igni field diagnostic. I've been thinking about the range limitation and I have a hypothesis about why it degrades at distance. Does the hypothesis involve the inverse square law? Harry said. She looked at him. Obviously. Then yes, I had the same hypothesis, Harry said. Write it up, let's compare. Ron moved a pawn on his new chess set and it immediately bickered with the adjacent knight, and the train went north through the English summer. And outside the window the world was very large and full of things worth learning, and Harry Potter was on his way to the rest of his life with a knife at his belt and a locked scar and 2 people worth protecting on either side of him and an old witcher in a Scottish stable who would be in Caer Morhen in 3 weeks. Not safe. He'd never been promised safe. Located. He knew where he was, who he was, what was coming. He was ready. He was, in every way that had ever mattered, exactly ready.